Wonderful. All right, good evening, everyone. We are reconvening from closed session, and there is nothing to disclose. So I will adjourn the special meeting at 6:10 p.m., leading us to this evening. I would like to call to order the Elk Grove City Council regular meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022. It is 6:10 p.m. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Although a state of emergency remains in effect, this meeting is being held in the City Council chamber. The chamber will be open to the public. The State of California Department of Public Health strongly recommends that non-vaccinated participants wear a face covering. Members of the public may also choose to attend this meeting via the Zoom meeting platform, which allows participation either via the internet using a computer or internet-capable mobile device or via telephone using a landline or mobile phone. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, March 25th at 1 p.m. and Tuesday, March 29th at 6 p.m. It is being closed captioned and will be webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org. For members of the participating audience who may have personal electronic devices, please place them on silent mode during the meeting or on mute when you are not speaking. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular notice agenda item as it may deem necessary. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2010-24, no individual speaker concerning public comment may address the City Council for more than 3 minutes. In the Zoom environment, a speaker timer will be displayed. Counting down the 3-minute time for callers connecting direct via telephone, they can utilize the raise hand feature by pressing *9. And the city clerk will then not only run a speaker timer, but also run an individual timer and use an audio bell to let you know as we get to the 2-minute mark, and then a series of bells will sound as we get to the 3-minute mark. With that, that will take us on to our agenda and to the call to order and roll call.
All right, thank you very much.
And for the roll call, though we have all the members of the council present and for the remainder of the evening, it would not be required for us to do any kind of roll call votes for voting for our roll call. And it is our tradition to test out our microphones. I will call out and start with Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Spies.
Here.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Vice Mayor Suen.
Here.
And Mayor Singh-Allen.
Here. All right, thank you, Clerk. And if next up we have our Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can please address the flag and join me in leading us, our new chief, Bobby Davis, would you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, we'll observe a brief moment of silence, please. Thank you. Next item, please.
It'll take us on to section 2, the approval of the agenda. And I did want to make a note that unique to any meeting with a public hearing discussion on redistricting, those redistricting related public hearings have a set posted time for when the discussion commences. Item 8.2 is a public hearing in relation to redistricting with a stated start time of 7 p.m. and may advance or fall back in the order of the agenda as we get near that 7 o'clock hour. And of course, just a note, if you are in the midst of an item for the council, you can finish that item as long as we're within a reasonable distance that we can get there in order to start as promptly as we can after that 7 o'clock hour as need be. I'd also like to note that for item 8.1 on our public hearings has a requested continuance from the applicant, and the applicant did request to a date certain of April 13th, 2022. That is an action that we can take here through the motion of the approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda to continue the public hearing of item 8.1 to the regular meeting of April 13th, 2022, and align the start time of item 8.2 to 7 p.m.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All right, thank you. Next item, please.
Under section 3, there are no closed session items on the regular agenda. That will advance us to section 4, our presentations and announcements. And that first item being 4.1, which is a proclamation declaring March as Women's History Month.
All right. So Women's History Month, I would like to call forward our Elk Grove Unified School Board trustees, the dynamic women that help lead one of the largest school districts in the state of California, to please come forward. And then also the newest student board member, one of the newer positions created, if she's here, Miss Jamie Huynh. Wonderful. All right, I'm gonna read our proclamation in honor of Women's History Month. Whereas the first Women's History Week in 1982 marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history, one in which recognition of women and their hard work and the promotion of their rights became a more explicit concern. That initial effort was expanded in 1987 when March was designated as Women's History Month. And whereas the purpose of Women's History Month is to increase consciousness and knowledge of women's history, to take 1 month of the year to remember all women with a promise it will be impossible to teach or learn history without remembering their contributions. And whereas women have played critical roles in our history and continue to serve as leaders, not only securing women's rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but evolving our collective well-being, creating a more fair and just society for all. And whereas currently the Elk Grove Unified School District is comprised of 4 elected women, including Board President Dr. Crystal Martinez-Aleri, Trustee Beth Albiani, Trustee Nancy Chidas Espinosa, and Trustee Gina Jamerson. And whereas the Elk Grove Unified School Board voted and confirmed Jamie Huynh from Monterey Trail High School as the district's first student board member, whose term goes through June 30th, 2022, and whereas the Elk Grove City Council recognizes and appreciates the hard work and dedication and thoughtful commitment of the women that serve on the Elk Grove Unified School District Board. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council and the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaims March 2022 as Women's History Month in the City of Elk Grove, and recognizes and appreciates the women of Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Directors. Congratulations, signed this day, the 23rd of March. So if you stay there, I'm going to present the proclamation, and I'm inviting up my colleagues to join. So present it to the school board president. Here, let's spread it up over here. So maybe make like a U, sort of? Okay, there we go.
Taller folks in the back, maybe. Yeah, we just squeeze a little bit more. All right. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more for good measure. Thank you.
Thank you. And the podium's yours if you would like to say something.
So we would just like to say we greatly appreciate it, the proclamation. It's an honor to be here tonight. Many of us serving in our role of leadership have had women as mentors. So prior to us coming on the school board, there's been a strong foundation of different women leaders that have helped to leave the legacy and lead the way. And we really appreciate all the work of the community members as well, especially here in Elk Grove. And I just wanted to mention something unique that always stands out to me is I'm a member of the Miwok tribe locally here, and a cultural aspect of the traditions is that women have always served in leadership roles. Many times they were our caretakers. They were the ones that held the songs, held the oral stories, histories, and the culture. And so I just wanted to mention that I would be remiss if it wasn't for those ancestors that have come before us, that have laid the foundation to continue that work. And what you see here tonight also is some of us our parents as well and moms. So many times we try our best to serve in that mentorship role, wearing many different hats. So again, it's truly an honor given the circumstances that we've been in the past few years with the pandemic and COVID. We really appreciate this recognition and the work in making that decisions that will impact the future generations. And we're so glad Jamie is here as well to join us. So thank you.
Congratulations.
And if I may jump in, we just have a unique environment in which we did have a few of our recipients in the Zoom environment, and we'd invite them. We do have a few representatives as well. If you wish to talk, you can use the unmute function and be able to step into the arena of the chamber if you'd like.
Do we have a raised hand?
It looks as though we have a unmuted individual and then a raised hand. And let's see if your audio is working. Please proceed. And this is also a good opportunity for us to test this out. So. Let's see if this makes a difference.
It's always fun having a hybrid system.
Yeah, it brings its own challenges.
Thank you, everyone.
That's for sure.
And might I say, it's great to see all of these great faces here in person. It's wonderful.
And while we're waiting on that audio, I'll just point out that Women's History Week originated from the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women. And so since we've just formed a status of women and girls in Sacramento County, interesting to see what they'll come up with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I just asked is we do have Trustee Jamerson, you have your hand raised, but just try using unmuting on your side and seeing if it comes through. And unfortunately, I see that you're unmuted, but I'm not hearing any audio coming through. Yeah, and we're still not hearing any audio coming through, team. Whatever we can do to get that corrected. And it.
Is that generally from it's our platform? It's not coming from.
It looks like it's not patching through because we
Okay.
have also.
So this is, we want to get this taken care of as we move along with the agenda for other speakers.
Yeah. So right now we're not hearing, we have folks and they're unmuted, but we're not hearing the audio coming into the chamber.
All right, as we navigate through that, I'll just provide some of my comments now then until the point we figure
Thank
that
you
out.
for that, Mary. If you please do have your comments, then
Yep.
we'll see if we can get somebody to jump in.
All right, that sounds good. So I wanted to really thank and recognize our trustees. The last 2 years has been so challenging, and I honestly believe the job of school board trustees has been the most challenging. And you navigated through those challenges with grace, with dignity, and keeping our students, keeping them front and center as you navigated through the challenges with the community, with parents. So I just want to applaud you, recognize you, and thank you for your hard work and those late nights. I know how hard and challenging it was. I was there at the very beginning of the pandemic, and the work that you did over the last 2 years is quite remarkable, and it's often underappreciated because you're all volunteers for the most part, and you all have full-time jobs doing other things. But to come night after night, not only for the school board meetings, but navigating and answering all of those challenging questions for the community, just truly applaud you and thank you for being so diligent and staying the course. So thank you for all that you do. Any other colleagues want to provide additional comments? I hear something. Okay. We're hearing the police scanner.
So I'll just chime in until we can get some audio fixed. But I absolutely loved everything that Dr. Crystal Martinez said. She is absolutely true. And it was so fitting, especially it being Women's History Month. But I echo exactly what the mayor said about you all and your leadership and just working and leading the school district. I have 2 young daughters who both belong in the Elk Grove Unified School District, and I can tell you that they're always happy to go to school, and they always come home super happy and excited and ready to go back to school again the next day. And so I want to thank you for your leadership, but also the teachers out there and everybody, all the educators and everybody that's working in the school system, because had it not been for you, we wouldn't be where we're at today. We wouldn't have such great students. And we have so many wonderful students that have graduated and moved on and done amazing things in this community that have been recognized. And it's because of all of you and the work that you do and your commitment towards the children of this community. So thank you very much. Congratulations again.
If we can
Just,
pause just briefly for a sound check, and maybe we can pull some folks in here. That would be appreciated. But staff, if you want to patch the team through, and let's see if we can hear any comments.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, all
Loud and
right.
clear.
Okay, well, good evening. Thank you. I apologize for not being there in person. I have another meeting to jump to after this. So, but again, I appreciate the recognition. And as Dr. Martinez-O'Leary stated, you know, we all have women that have been mentors and have led the way. And I think that we have many of those mentors and women that are here on the city council as well. So thank you for all of your work as well.
Thank you, Trustee Jamerson.
And I believe we have Superintendent Chris Hoffman on the line as well.
Hello, boss.
Hey there, good to see you. Just very, very proud of the work that all of the members of the Board of Trustees with Elk Grove Unified and the women, especially tonight, you led us through some very, very challenging times, and we appreciate it very, very much. And Mayor Singh Allen, you obviously served the district very well. And we're at the beginning of this whole, I don't even know what to call it. It's been challenging for sure, but we greatly appreciate your contributions to the district as a trustee and your perspective as a mom, which was always greatly appreciated by me. Congratulations to all the trustees being recognized tonight. It's very, very well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. All right, we'll continue on with other
And
council comments.
that would conclude our participants in the Zoom environment. on the
Okay.
item.
Councilmember Spies?
So it's this morning I slept in a little bit late because I think it's going to be a late night tonight. So I'll get to the point. But I was watching TV, and what was happening today is what I hope is the cusp of history, where we will appoint the first Black woman to the Supreme Court. And so I'm thrilled today, and I think about that as I think of Women's History Month, and I think of the many friends that I have who are being recognized tonight. I thank you so much. To go back to discuss very briefly about the last few years for the Elk Grove Unified School District. Wow, it's I don't know how you got through it. It was some tough times, and so I thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your service, and congratulations.
Councilmember Hume?
I said my comments earlier. Congratulations. I'm glad we acknowledged this, and those are some rock star women in the audience for sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll echo these comments. Just to go into a little bit further detail what Councilmember Spies was talking about, we all remember a couple of years ago when basketball tournaments were being canceled and the parents were very much upset at all of you at the school board and yourselves, including Mayor Singh Allen here at the time and Mr. Hoffman that we just heard from. There's your steadfast leadership being on the front lines, but one of the first school districts to shut down, and then later learning of what we were facing. I just can't even imagine what all of you were going through at the time. Not, the challenge of getting advice from the county public health at that time, there's just so much going on. And so I also thank you from the bottom of my heart as a parent of 3 children who have gone through the school district, and one still is there, and one in the IEP program. So I've seen it all, and I'm just really grateful for all the steadfast leadership that all of you provided during my children's time, and especially during these last couple of years. Congratulations.
Thank you one last time. All right, with that, we will go on to our next recognition, proclamation recognizing March as Red Cross Month. Do we have representatives from Red Cross here?
I would like to present an interesting question and query the crowd. My contact was Ms. Christy Woods, and I had not heard back from Ms. Woods, but this is also a call out to our Zoom environment participants that they can use the raise hand function if they are the representatives lined up for the American Red Cross Leadership Volunteers.
Yes, please do come forward, and I'm going to, Vice Mayor, would you do the honors?
That looks as
I
Red
know.
Cross volunteers as
Just to
gets.
give a break here from talking all the time. That's why we have a Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Step
Mayor.
in.
Well, I'll start with the whereas. I might not read all, there's quite a bit here, but I'll start with, in the time of crisis, people in Elk Grove come together to care for one another, and this humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by the American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And for those of you who may not know, whereas is 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication of helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. And today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross's volunteers here in Elk Grove, who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. I want to end with the founder, Clara Barton's words that she lived by, quote, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." So we ask others to join this commitment to give back to our community. And today, now be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby affirms and proclaims March 2022 as Red Cross Month and encourages the community of Elk Grove to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your service.
My pleasure. Is this for you?
Thank you.
A little closer there, okay. 1, 2, 3. One more for good measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Dave Wold. With me is another volunteer, Mike Hernandez. Mike and I are not only Red Cross volunteers, but we're also residents of Elk Grove. And we have several volunteers within the Elk Grove area that volunteer for the Red Cross. We want to thank you for your recognition of the Red Cross and the great work that the Red Cross does. Of course, we're all very familiar with the disaster work that Red Cross does. Most notably here in this area, our big fires last summer, and it becomes an almost annual event where we have fires. But we send people all over the United States for disasters. We bring people on deployments from other parts of the country when we have disasters here, and we send people from here to other parts of the country when there are disasters in other places, like Kentucky and Tennessee just before Christmas when we had the tornadoes. But we also send people on international deployments. We have sent people to Haiti. We're sending people to, we probably will be sending people to the Ukraine area soon. We're already talking about that. But you should not only think of the disaster mission we have, but in our charter given to us by Congress in 1905, while we're charged with preparing for and responding to disasters, we also have a mission to our military personnel stationed in the United States and around the world, and to their families, to support military operations in terms of getting people home for emergency leaves and taking care of stressful and traumatic situations that affect the families of military personnel. We're also very involved, as you know, in first aid training, CPR training. The Red Cross has led the nation in that kind of training for all of these many years. We also do safety programs training, life-saving, water safety classes. But these are the programs that many people don't realize. I will make one last pitch, and I'll pack up my suitcase and travel on. We're always looking for volunteers, and if you know of anyone who's interested in receiving training in any of our specialty fields, and we do extensive training before we send people on any kind of a mission, people can contact us at redcross.org for further information. And we're very involved, we continue to be involved in planning for disasters here in the Sacramento area, and even with the city of Elk Grove and with the CSD as we combine their resources too. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you both for representing the Red Cross and just for all the tremendous work that you do to make Elk Grove a better place and really our greater community and the rest of the country. You play a critical role in so many areas of need, and thank you for stepping up to do your part for that. So I'll turn it
Thank
over
you
to any
for that.
colleagues who would like to. Yes, Councilmember Spees, thank you both.
I'm very glad that you brought up the point about American service members throughout the United States and overseas. As a service member who previous service member who was overseas, there's nothing that kind of strikes fear into your heart more than to hear that you have a call from the Red Cross. However, it's extremely vital. It's very important. It's one of the lesser known aspects of what you do. And so I can say from myself as a past service member, I really appreciate the mission that you do. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll just be real quick. There's so many things that we can say about what you all do, but I think the one thing that stands out most to me more than anything that says it all is that you are there for the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. And I think that says everything about what you do. You're the angel that everybody looks for in their darkest hours. And so thank you so much. I appreciate you and everything that you do, and that you continue to look for more volunteers to help in this. And so thank you. We're in a better place because of the work that you both do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and there's a lot of potential volunteers here, please.
And I just want to add that, you know, the definition of a hero is somebody who runs toward tragedy. And as you mentioned, the Red Cross does that not only in our own communities, but you deploy to other communities in need and even around the world. And to Councilmember Spee's point, seeing that Red Cross on a truck or on an ambulance or on a delivery vehicle lets you know that help is on the way, no matter what language you speak.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. All right, next item, we have public comment.
And just as a part of process, so also I'm communicating to our full audio-visual team, what we will be doing for proceeding for public comment on all of our items, including general public comment right now, is that what I would ask is those folks in the Zoom environment, use that raise hand feature now in order to queue yourself, but we will take speakers that are in the chamber first, and then I'll make that transition, but I'll make that broadcast out too when we flip over to receiving Zoom callers. That's part of the issue that we were having with our audio previously. But for members of the participating audience, they may comment on any item not on the agenda that is of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes or less if a large number of requests are received on a particular subject. subject. City Council cannot take action on agendized items raised under public comment until the matter has been specifically included on an agenda as an action item. Members of the public desiring a response to a specific question are encouraged to contact any member of the council or the city manager at any time. Those audience members who wish to address a specific agendized item are encouraged to offer their public comments during consideration of that item. With that, Mayor, if you would like, using the touchscreen system up there, we do have the speakers queued, or I can start calling forth our speakers under Section 5. And are they displaying, if you're seeing Section 5 for the... What you should see is Steve Lee. That's one of our first
Okay, yep,
reps,
got
so,
it now. Thank you. Yes, let's call up Mr. Steve Lee, L-E-E.
Thank you for the clarification. Thanks, council members, Madam Mayor, I appreciate it. Since we're lauding different groups tonight, I want to keep along that line as well. I certainly laud women, and I love women, and the Red Cross obviously does a lot of great, wonderful things, and I'm here to address the Elk Grove Police Department. So, Chief Davis, pay attention. This is for you. I know Chief Albright's not here tonight. I was hoping to do this at the last meeting, but you guys snuck it right by me with the public comment, and I didn't have a chance to get my card in while he was here. So I wanted to thank outgoing Chief Albright for his service and commitment to our community and wish him a wonderful retirement. We've been blessed with wonderful police chiefs throughout our inception, Chief Simmons, Chief Noblet, Chief Albright, and now Chief Davis. I wish Chief Davis the best as he fills the leadership role of Elk Grove PD. And I wonder if the public is aware, the reason I'm here tonight, I want to make sure that the public's aware of the exclusive programs here in Elk Grove that are set up by these police chiefs that aren't anywhere else in the neighborhood or even in Northern California. One's the Citizens Academy. It's the only one within the greater Sacramento area. Sac PD doesn't have one, Roseville doesn't have one, Rockland doesn't have one. But it's a group, a 10-week program to inform and teach interested citizens in the various aspects of policing and procedures, from patrol, investigations, arrests, control techniques, communications, code enforcement. And interestingly enough, when I did this, I got to assault a police officer without fear of arrest. They taught us self-defense, and we got to actually deal with an officer and do that. You can also do a simulate self-force scenario, which I really enjoyed, getting in and participating in taking down the bad guys with a weapon. So that was fun. We have an End to Watch Fund, which also is exclusive to Elk Grove. No other PD in Northern Cal offers the opportunity for the public to honor the fallen first responders, their families experiencing tragedy. End of Watch offers outreach programs, provides snack bags for supportive notes for first responders who travel to support the fallen. They raise money by selling flags, keychains, bracelets, stickers, T-shirts. They also have a car show and a chili cook-off. They also hold an annual 4th of July event, Field of Flags, where the public can sponsor military or first responders. No other PD, like I said, regionally has a similar program. We also have a community advisory board where they ask for citizens' input. We can actually contact this community advisory board or be part of that as citizens and give feedback to the administration as to what's going on from the citizens' perspective. Again, that's a program that's not generally held anywhere else in the area. We also, I'm out of time. Real briefly, I'll hit the tops here. We have a community exchange zone where we can, if you have something to sell or move or purchase or sell something, you can go to the Elk Grove PD and be safe there. You can also, it's also a safe and neutral zone for child custody exchanges if you have a problem with that. A lifesaver program and Coffee with the Cop. You have a Coffee with the Cop program where the police actually reach out to each different district and say, meet with us and talk to us about your issues and your concerns.
Thank you, sir.
We're blessed with exceptional police and leadership.
Yes.
And they deserve our support. Thank you.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Ms. Lynn Wheat.
I need my little sign, I am vaccinated. More than a few years ago, Pat Hume said that water is the new gold. And indeed, I have found this is something he and I can agree upon. Water is an issue as all our sources are explored. A new form of farming to gain popularity and development, water banking. A new form and $4 to $5 billion expensive process, but that will become acceptable over time, will be turning poop water into drinking water. On a sewer tour in 2013, I heard the sewer water could be cleaned up enough to be drinkable, but may be a hard sell. However, in time, in 20 years, we just may have this source of drinking water. So if our zoo doesn't work out, just as the soccer fields and stadium didn't, our city will have 200 acres to build the facilities to process the poop water through the cleaning process to clean, drinkable water. This will prepare our city to have the water to provide the new crop of homes and the residents with a water source. San Diego attempted the sewer to drinking water in the 90s. It was not politically popular and was labeled by many as toilet to tap. However, since then, with San Diego population increases and droughts, the concept of sewer to drinkable and the $4 to $5 billion cost has gained support. So as you prepare for our city's growth, I know you will have the next residents' drinking water needs. I know you can plan ahead and will prepare our residents for the $4 to $5 billion cost, and we will all be prepared to look for those little floaters in our water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheat. We will transition now to the Zoom environment and invite anyone interested in public comment.
So at this time, I don't see the raised hand feature, but I will take the opportunity. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no prior written comments submitted in relation to Section 5, General Public Comment. And as we're looking over, I'm not seeing the raised hand function being utilized by our audience in the Zoom environment. They're tuning in for other items that'll be coming up later on in the night. So that should conclude public comment for Section 5.
All right, very good. Then we will move on to the next item, the general administration information, the city manager's report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My privilege to present several items to you this evening. First of all, I want to recognize our new chief, Elk Grove's 5th Chief of Police, Chief Bobby Davis. We had a swearing-in ceremony earlier this morning, so really excited to welcome him in his new capacity and new role in our city. Also, last week, President Joe Biden signed into law the FY22 Omnibus Bill, which included $520,000 for the city to help upgrade and integrate our 911 dispatch center and real-time information centers. Congressman Barrett advanced the project on our behalf to purchase advanced technology, equipment, workstations, as well as to support expanded partnership with other organizations, agencies, and professionals outside of law enforcement to better meet the needs of our community. Our first ever Pitch Elk Grove startup competition will take place next Thursday, March 31st from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Center, District 56. City partnered with Startup SAC to launch this new competition and received 55 entries in its first year. Thursday's event will feature pitches from 8 finalists from Elk Grove and other parts of the region. The event is free and open to the public, but advanced registration is required. To register, visit startupsac.com. City's Code Enforcement Unit will host a virtual rental housing seminar on Tuesday, April 5th from 5:30 to 7 on Zoom. The seminar will provide landlords, property managers, and anyone interested with the opportunity to learn more about and ask questions about the rights, rules, and responsibilities of a landlord, as well as best practices, landlord-tenant law, and details about Elk Grove's ordinances pertaining to rental housing. Visit the city's website to register. On Saturday, April 9th, the city and the Cosumnes Community Services District staff will join the Sacramento Tree Foundation to plant trees along Franklin Creek Trail between Bruceville Road and the western end of Bellaterra Drive. This is one of Elk Grove's most popular trail segments. Adding more trees will help provide a lot more shade for those enjoying the trail segment. If you're interested in volunteering, visit sactree.org/volunteer. Again, that's on Saturday, April 9th. A couple new markets are coming to our Old Town Plaza that we're really excited about. They're going to make their debut at the Old Town Plaza this spring. The River City Marketplace will host an American Vintage Market on the second Saturday of each month from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., featuring some of the region's best artists, makers, and small businesses. Their first market is scheduled for April 9th. On May 1st, Living Smart Markets will introduce the return of a weekly farmers market in Old Town every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Look for fresh local produce, craft, kitchen goods, handmade items, and entertainment at Old Town Plaza every Sunday through November. These markets are in addition to the weekly Neighbor Good Market held every Thursday night at District 56. Applications are now being accepted for the Civic Summer Program. The popular summer program is a partnership with the Elk Grove Unified School District to provide sophomores and juniors an opportunity to participate in 2-week course and 3-week internship experience with local public agencies, including the city. The next session will begin in June, and applications are due by April 17th. Contact civicsummer@gmail.com if you'd like more information. And finally, Mayor Singh Allen will deliver the annual State of the City address this Friday, March 25th, at the Chamber of Commerce's luncheon event at District 56. The speech will be broadcast live and recorded for replay from the city's website beginning at 12:30 p.m. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
All right, thank you for that excellent report, Mr. Bierman. Any questions from my colleagues? All right, thank you so much. With that, we will move on to our next item.
That would take us to section 7, our consent calendar items, and this would be a touching base with our Zoom participants that are in the Zoom environment. This would be the opportunity to use the raised hand feature in order to be called into public comment for any of the items on the consent calendar, section 7 of our agenda. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments submitted in relation to the consent calendar, and as we all can see, we don't have anyone signed up to speak here in the chamber itself for consent. And I do not see the raised hand feature being utilized by our attendees in the Zoom audience. It'll conclude public comment for
All right,
item
thank
7.
you. Thank you, Mr. Lindgren. I'll go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and seek a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, so let's see, we are a little bit ahead to go on with our redistricting. So I'm thinking, 8.4, no, not 8.4. Yeah, either 8.4 or 8.5. Either one of those we think we can take care of in the next 8 to 10 minutes?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to 8.4.
Yep, we can do 8.4 and we might be able to get to 8.5.
All right, and for those following along, we can't start the redistricting discussion until 7 or shortly thereafter.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I'm Darrell Doan, your Economic Development Director. This will be very short. This item is a public hearing to consider a resolution approving the 2022 Economic Incentive Agreement report, and this is related to the subsidy that we put in place for Costco. Costco opened in 2018, and it opened on the strength of an economic incentive agreement, which in essence called for the rebating of 50% of all of the sales tax generated by the Costco project back to the project's developer. State law requires that when we do an incentive of more than $100,000, we have to report out in the form of this public hearing and a written report every 5 years. That's what this item is. The essence of the report is that the project and the incentive are performing better than expected. We've netted nearly $2.7 million in sales tax revenue from the project in the first 3 years of operation, that is after the subsidy, and the project employs roughly 315 people. Both of those items are much greater than we estimated back when we did this incentive agreement. That is the conclusion of our report. I don't have anything formal, but I am available to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Doan. At this time, I'll go ahead and open up the public comment opportunity.
And so again, for our participants in the Zoom environment, this would be the opportunity for public comment on item 8.4. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments submitted earlier to the meeting in relation to item 8.4. As we can see, we don't have any speakers here in the chamber that are signing up to speak. And as I take my attention to the Zoom attendee listing, I am not seeing the raised hand feature being utilized. I'm seeing some movement on it, but I'm not seeing raised hand being used. So that will conclude public comment on item 8.4.
All right, very good. Then I'll go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing is now closed and entertain a motion here.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous. We will go ahead and go on to 8.5.
And item 8.5 is actually two public hearings to consider the 77th annexation to Community Facilities District number 2006-1 for maintenance services and the 50th annexation to Stormwater Drainage Fee Zone 2.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Renee Attar, Finance Analyst for the city. I'm finally here this evening with the presentation for proposed annexations into the city special tax
And
district.
Ms. Otar, if I can, I'd just like to do some, jump into the screen there because I think you're not sharing through Zoom.
Oh,
And so part of that
my
is for us to give the ability for our participants in the Zoom environment to see the same item. And I think it's annexation to special tax district. And that should be good. We're now broadcasting out into the etherverse. Please proceed.
So as you know, the city maintains 8 special tax districts which provide funding for infrastructure or for services such as police, maintenance, street lighting, and stormwater drainage. Annexations into the appropriate districts are typically part of a new development project's approval process. The requirements are specific for each project and vary according to the geographic location and building use. The special taxes are subject to annual rate adjustments. On January 26, 2022, the City Council adopted resolutions of intent to annex a parcel for the Kubota Western Distribution Center project into special tax districts and to establish tonight's public hearings. The projects are being proposed for annexation into the following various special tax districts: CFD 2006-1 for maintenance services and Stormwater Drainage Fee Zone 2 for stormwater drainage and runoff maintenance services. This is the 77th annexation into CFD 2006-1 and the 50th annexation into Stormwater Drainage Fee Zone 2. And all of these assessments will be levied in perpetuity. More specifically about the Kubota Western Distribution Center project, it consists of a 43.76 non-residential acre project located in the territory recently annexed into the city, located at the southeastern intersection of Grant Line and Waterman Roads. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. At this time, I will declare the public hearing for CFD 2006-1 Annex 77 open and open the public comment opportunity.
And again, broadcasting out to our folks participating in the Zoom environment, this would be the opportunity to provide public comment on the public hearings relating to item 8.5. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, no written comments were received in advance of the meeting in relation to item 8.5. And as we can see, we do not have any speakers here in the chamber, and I do not see the raised hand function being used from the Zoom environment. That'll conclude public comment.
All right, I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for CFD 2006-1 Annex 77 is closed. And look for a motion for A1.
Motion A1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, at this time, I'll request the results of the ballot tabulation.
Indeed, of 44 possible votes, 44 affirmative votes were cast authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all the votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. A resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
All right, thank you. Next up is motion A2.
Motion A2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. On to motion A3.
Motion A3, introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only an ordinance levying and apportioning the special tax and territory annexed to Community Facilities District number 2006-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 77, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code Section 3.19.010.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, our second public hearing, SWDF Zone 2, Annex 50. I would now declare the public hearing for SWDF 2, Annex 50 now open and open up the public comment opportunity.
And again, we are still on item 8.5. This is the second of the public hearings under this item. Our Zoom environment attendees would use the raised hand feature at this point. And again, there were no comments submitted in written format prior to the meeting in relation to item 8.5. I do not see any new members of our participating audience jumping in to provide comment on this item, and there are no raised hand features in the Zoom environment online. That'll conclude public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for SWGF 2 Annex 50 is now closed. And request the clerk to provide the results of the ballot tabulation.
There is no majority protest. Of 44 possible votes weighted according to the proportional financial obligation for the property, 44 affirmative votes were returned. The ballot approves the proposed assessments and the proposed inflation adjustment limit described for the parcels identified in the ballot. A resolution determining to levy assessments in the district is available for council consideration.
All right, motion B, please.
Motion B.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Perfect timing. With that, we will transition back to item 8.2.
And thank you, council and members of the public and our attendees in the Zoom environment. I am starting to call this agenda hopscotch that we end up doing. And of course, we're into the area of our public hearings as we have been on our last couple of items. And that item 8.1 that we had, that was actually continued to the date certain of April 13th, which will take us on to item 8.2 for our stated start time of 7 p.m. And I just have to catch up in my own notes. So, but this is a public hearing to select a final district map for the redistricting project. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, I'm Jason Lindgren, your city clerk. You've been hearing from me a lot about the redistricting project, and where we are is we're getting towards a certain element of an end game. Where we are tonight is that we have three district maps that we put forward as the drafts for selecting as the final map. The intent is at this meeting of March 23rd that we hopefully get down to a final map, and that would get adopted at our meeting of April 13th. Tonight, I have the honor of having National Demographics Corporation here this evening, who will be giving a presentation, and I'd like to invite them to come up to the podium. I'm going to do a little bit of the setting things up on the screen so that our Zoom environment attendees. I'm going to have Doug give a presentation as we start out the process here, and then I'll just give a little wrap up of the comments we've received to date, and then we'll move into receiving some public comment. Let me get this set up for you here.
Very good. Madam Mayor, Council, Doug Yoakum, National Demographics Corporation, here to address you for the first time on redistricting at your fourth public hearing.
And you should be good to go with the keyboard or the mouse, so you can pull those out just from the podium, and it hopefully should drive and do just fine.
There you go.
There we are. Looks good.
Yes. I just wanted to say, you do have a celebrity in the audience tonight. Dennis Farinha is the Vice Mayor of the City of Patterson. It surprised me that he was here. I was hoping that I'm not attracting a fan club, but last night we assisted the City of Patterson in completing their redistricting process, and Vice Mayor Farinha told me he's just passing through. So I wanted to introduce him. Very quickly, I'll go through this portion of the presentation because you've heard it before. The redistricting process has rules and goals. The rules are established by federal and state government. Each district must be as equal as possible in population. We should follow the Federal Voting Rights Act and the State Fair Maps Act, which requires that these districts be contiguous, that we not divide communities to the extent possible, use easily identifiable boundaries, and keep the districts compact. There is only one prohibition in the Fair Maps Act, and that is that districts shall not be drawn to favor or discriminate against a political party. Then on the right-hand side are traditional redistricting principles that people who are involved in redistricting know about. We try to minimize the shift. In the Senate, when I was there, we called it the deferral of voters from one set of districts to another, be they even numbered or odd, and respect the continuity in office that the voters made in their various elections, and not purposely try to put council members in the same districts, and take into consideration, where possible, future population growth. And you can use your existing districts as your core. I wanted to show you these plots, once again, this is the distribution of Black and Latino population in the city of Elk Grove. As you can see, there are some concentrations, but they are not very large. But this is the Asian American distribution in Elk Grove, and as you can see, it is quite a prominent. We call them protected class, and so when we do our districts, we should make sure that we don't divide these communities to the extent possible. And the lines on that map are your current districts. And here are your current districts. As you know, District 4 is overpopulated, and the other districts are underpopulated. So some adjustments must be made. This is the first map that I chose to put up here. This is one you chose as a map as one of your final drafts. It was map 12, presented at the last hearing. It does look quite elegant. It keeps communities together, uses major streets and roads as its boundaries, and accommodates for the population by coming up with an 8.7% deviation rather than the current deviation that's in the 20s. So this is certainly an acceptable map, should you choose to adopt it. Then you also chose map 11, which I think is also a very elegant looking map. It keeps those communities together and solves the population problems that are in the current districts. And it even more elegantly takes care of the population problem with a 4%, slightly under 4% deviation. At the end of the last meeting, you directed some changes to 11A that you wanted to look at. Basically, the boundary on Whitelock Parkway was moved down to Poppy Ridge, and then you followed the special planning area boundary down to Bilby Road. That was the suggestion that you made. This results in a deviation of 8.38% and did not change any of the ethnic makeups of any of the districts in any significant way. So those are the three maps that you posted as a possible adoption for today's meeting. I could use a drink of water, but we're ready for any questions or public comments that we have.
Mr. Lindgren, did you have any additional, or were you going to wait?
Indeed, and so while we get you hydrated here,
Thank
and
you.
especially for all of our crowd, we've had some hot days here in Elk Grove, so make sure we get some water and get that going. But I would like to say before we jump into receiving public comment, we did receive public comments in relation to this item, and what I would like to queue up before I get going too far on that, we do have speakers that are signed up under item 8.2, but for those participants that are in our Zoom environment, now would be that opportunity to use the raised hand feature to start queuing yourself up for item 8.2 related to redistricting. Prior to the meeting, what we did receive were 4 written comments that came in, and in addition to that, a staff memo that provided some feedback. What the nature of the written comments, there was one that came from Sacramento County. What the county's comments were is that we shared the 3 map designs with the county, and what they reaffirmed for us is that anytime you're dealing in maps and you're moving along roadways, it syncs with their precincts. And when we're talking about precincts, it's their electoral process and the steps in which a map kind of synchronizes with what we've done with the geography and the geometry that comes from census data and census blocks. When we work along road lines, they expressed a preference for any of the maps that do follow those road lines. One of the concerns that they raised in the maps that were presented was that when we get down into our new growth areas, those have some changes that are going to be happening to them in the near future, but they also acknowledged they know that those changes are coming. And so though they may not have a precinct designed at the current day, they will see those happening in the future. And so they didn't see any conflicts with any of the maps that were put forward as the set of 3 draft maps. In addition to comments from Sacramento County, there was some exchange that I had with individuals, and what that is a continuation from some of the comments that we heard at the March 9th meeting of identifying a Punjabi community and the interests of seeing a map that puts in a community of interest for the Punjabi community. And they submitted a map, and the staff memo was a response of an evaluation of that map. That map actually that was submitted looked very similar to some that we'd done the analysis on in the past. And so that map in its own didn't change too much, but if I would say there was a difference in information, it was that they worked with me in kind of coming up with a community of interest as far as submitting some information that's a little bit different than what we would have done in a prior map analysis. And I think we'll have commenters that'll speak to those items. But that's been the extent of the discussion that's been going on from the written format as we got down into these 3 final maps. We have a series of speakers, almost a dozen here in the chamber, that would like to speak this evening. And as of yet, I don't see any raised hand features being used in the Zoom environment, but we can start taking speakers unless there's any questions from the council.
Real quick question, as it relates to the voter registrations office, was there any preference of maps or anything? Was there, did they indicate anything there of the 3?
Yeah, I think the preference that came out from just from synchronizing with their current day precinct maps is that I think it's map 11 is the one that follows along road lines. And so once we get into the variation of map 11, it goes down into our new growth area, and also in areas, I think the same phenomenon. It's the end of Poppy Ridge Road, and there's a road alignments being worked over there and things of that nature. Doug, did we get you water? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, good.
And the county would not express a preference for any map. They just, we worked with them during the county process, and
Sure.
They just wanted to look at the lines to see if everything was aligning well, and they didn't have any complaints.
All right, very good.
I have a question, Mr. Doug. I'm sorry. So
Mr.
you
Doug.
said map 11 had a 4% deviation, 11A had an 8.3% deviation. Did you give the percentage for 12?
I believe I did. Is
And
it
I can
still-
pull that up, yeah.
8.7, okay.
Yeah, it's under 10, so it's a perfectly acceptable map. Yeah,
And
it's
the
8.7.
other map that was submitted by some of those that are going to be speaking, that hasn't been evaluated by you all, or I think, Mr. Lindgren, you've had an opportunity.
Yeah, there hasn't been a demographic analysis that's occurred with it. What was part of the staff memo that came back was giving the staff kind of high-level evaluation with the red, yellow, and green.
Sure.
And what ended up happening in just in the sequence of meticulously stamping these as they come in, the reference would be to map 23. It's a map that came in after the publishing of our staff report as we were coming down to this stage. And map 23 shared a lot of similarities with maps that were submitted prior. And
Okay.
so in looking at the geometry of the maps, I think what the map itself didn't bring to light new information as far as what we've evaluated to date. I think the element that's the new information is talking about the community of interest that's being raised as the Punjabi community.
All right.
I have another question. I'm sorry. So I pulled open the staff memo and the map here. So this map 23, which has in parentheses, the community suggested revised map 12, is not the same as this map 12 that we're calling renumbered.
That would be correct. The reason that map 12 is called renumbered is we had the discussion about how folks colored in their maps, and they might have gotten the numbers a little bit disassociated with what our current district numbers are. Map 12 is the map that we talked, map 12 renumbered is the map that we talked about on March 9th for moving forward and had no changes. What map 23 is that's a submittal from the community that came in, and it came in on, I want to say March 18th in the afternoon after the staff report published. What the individuals did is they took one of the 3 maps that they saw moving forward and looked to see what adjustments could be made to that map in order to incorporate the community of interest that they wanted to see represented in the maps.
Is there any way we can pull that map up just to show our viewers in here as well too? Because I'm taking a look at the, I love that we have the green, yellow, and red, and that's kind of what I go off of when I look at these maps. And so I just want to make sure
Sure,
folks
and
know
what's the
as we're
easiest
talking
one? Would
about
it be to pull up just kind of the staff memo? Would that work best for these purposes, Councilmember
so,
Nguyen?
right?
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're able to communicate what we are talking about, which may not necessarily be known to everyone that's here.
And I don't think anybody had a chance to see that map yet, right? Because I think if our speakers today are going to talk or refer to this, I think it'll
Yeah.
be good for folks to be able to see.
Right,
that.
because that has not been in wide public circulation. It's been the three that, as it relates to the last city council meeting.
Right.
So this is the new map.
And Mr. Doug, you haven't had a chance to take a look at this and analyze it, right? I see there's some
I
numbers,
have
there's
looked
some-
at it and only have the same information that you have from
From the staff.
your staff, and that, you know, the green, yellow, and red evaluation, and it does move some folks into different districts. So
Okay.
that's the only consideration you may want to have.
Great.
Very good.
Thank you.
So what we'll do is we'll continue on here, if you're ready.
I can,
Yep,
I
and
think
then
I
we
can
can
jump
ask
in
more
and grab,
questions
yeah, let me
as-
see if I can grab that real quick.
As soon as you get the map up.
And again, pardon me while I'm doing this, it's pulling this up, but then sharing it so that our online viewers are seeing the same thing.
And I'm gonna make it a little bit more difficult for you, Mr. Lindberg.
Sure, throw it at me. Let's see what we can do here.
As folks are coming up, and I'm sure they have their preference in maps, and I know that for folks in the audience, if you're from home, you can watch and you can pull up the maps, but for folks that are here, I think it'd be great if they can see the map as a person is referring to that map, right?
So if we're able
all right.
to interchange, when, if, you know, especially when we're discussing certain maps, to the extent that we're able to interchange so that folks know what we're talking about.
I think we should be able to do that, so.
All right.
Thank you. And if I can add, I'm just kidding. I'm just
No,
kidding.
that's-
Well,
Can I
at
get
this
anyone
time,
any water? Are we all good? So.
we're all good. So I'm
right.
gonna go ahead and declare that the public hearing is now open and open up the public comment opportunity. And we do have a number of speakers signed up, so we will start with Dr. Suman Singha with our Planning Commission. And after Dr. Singha is Winty Singh, followed by Tejas Kumar.
And as our speakers are coming up, the speakers that we're fielding our first dozen here in the chamber, I would just encourage any of our Zoom participants to use that raise hand feature. It allows us to get a sense of who's queuing so that then we can pull you in after we receive our dozen speakers here in the chamber.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Suman Singha, and I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm also the member of the Planning Commission representing District 4. I'm here to make a few very brief comments about the redistricting maps. At the Planning Commission meeting on February 17th, City Clerk Jason Lindgren discussed the redistricting process. He subsequently visited the Del Webb Glenbrook community and met with our HOA residents. It was obvious in these discussions that parts of District 4 would be incorporated into other districts because of the increase in population in District 4. So I have spent a lot of time looking at the final three maps, and I would like to thank Jason and his staff and the consultants for the time and effort that they put into the redistricting process. Of the three final maps, I strongly support proposed map number 11. The districts are discretely separated and in many instances bounded by major roads. I believe the only person who'd be unhappy with this map is going to be former Massachusetts Governor Elbridge Gerry, who was kind enough to give us the word gerrymandering. But that's a whole entirely different subject, which I won't get into. Furthermore, the comparative demographics strengthen this proposal. Finally, subsequent population growth will not occur primarily in District 4. We have to look at what the future growth in Elk Grove is going to be. It is going to be split between District 4 and District 2, and this should help when the boundaries have to be redrawn following the next census. So from my standpoint, after evaluating these maps, I would strongly support map 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Singha, for your comments. Next up, we have Winty Singh, followed by Tejas Kumar, and after that, Makul Kumar.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Winty Singh, and I've lived in Elk Grove in what is now District 4 for 18 years. I've also been an advocate for the Punjabi Sikh community for 11 years. Over this time, I've seen how both of these communities have grown significantly. As Elk Grove has experienced this rapid growth, it is important that we don't leave communities behind. I'm here to comment on the selection of a final district map for the city of Elk Grove. I'm concerned that the maps that have been shortlisted will disenfranchise the significant and growing Sikh community in Elk Grove. And I support revising these maps to keep the community together where they are of higher numbers. We must remember that the category Asian American is not precise. There's considerable diversity within this category. Thus, if we parse out the Punjabi community, we see issues arise with the proposed maps. Voting districts should be aligned such that contiguous populations with similar experiences and needs be grouped together in order to adequately represent their voices. Based on census data, the current proposals will undermine this goal for the Punjabi Sikh community. This applies to both where Elk Grove Sikh residents live, but also there are some issues for the broader Elk Grove population generally. Parsing out communities on arbitrary lines does not serve representation of naturally aligned communities very well. While change is difficult, it is a worthy investment if it is the right thing to do. A stitch in time saves 9. This is particularly important as voting districts have long-term implications for the needs of Elk Grove's rapidly growing communities. District maps should reflect the realities and be designed with representation as the goal and align to the spirit of the Fair Maps Act. I encourage the city to ensure that its residents, and particularly its Punjabi Sikh residents, are not marginalized nor erased. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next up.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, I have a question. Was there a certain map, I heard you reference map 11, is that the one you're advocating for, or was there a certain map that?
I'm advocating for the community map, map 12A.
The revised 12.
The revised map.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah. And for the next couple of speakers, if you don't mind just letting us know ahead of time what map you're advocating for, so our clerk
We can keep track.
pull it open instead of waiting till the end, because I think our viewers here would like to see what map you're talking about as you're referencing
Yeah,
it.
no,
Thank
it
you
wasn't
very much.
posted on the site, so it wasn't in my remarks. at the
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Tejas Kumar, followed by Mukul Kumar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tejas Kumar, and I'm a junior at Cosumnes Oaks High School. I'm joined here by my family and friends, and I've been learning about civic engagement over the past year, and I understand how important redistricting is. I've been a resident of South Elk Grove since moving here in middle school. This is one of the areas that would be divided by map 11. The city of Elk Grove has always asked community members to participate in the process, so here we are. We are making sure our voices are heard and hope you will consider them with great attention. I want to advocate for map 12 with revisions, also known as map 23, as submitted by the Jakarta movement. This map is important because it keeps communities of interest together, one of the key parts of the redistricting process. By keeping the southern area together, it implies you're following best practices by the law and paying attention to how our city lives, works, plays, and interacts with each other. We are excited about the future of Elk Grove and redistricting, as community input is key to keeping our community thriving. Thank you.
Well done, young man.
Thank you. Thank you for your civic participation. Next up, we have Mukul Kumar, followed by Gurshan Singh, and then Shivani Sharma, or Shivani. Not sure how it's appearing here, but apologies for if I'm messing up the name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mukul Kumar, and I'm a resident of Elk Grove and currently a student at UCLA. I'm joined with my family and community members here today, and I'm very excited to tell you why I believe that map 12 with revisions as submitted by Jakarta movement is the best map for Elk Grove. I too have been a resident of South Elk Grove for a number of years now, and I'm concerned with how map 11 divides my side of town from my friends and family directly to our east. The city of Elk Grove has been wonderful to our friends, neighbors, and family, and we hope you will take action based on our concerns and move forward with map 12 with revisions. This map has widespread support from community members and centers on keeping communities of interest together. We hope you will prioritize community voices over other factors such as concerns of displacement. since cities are ever changing and we want to keep up with the times. And we hope you will hear our suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Gurshan Singh.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gurshan Singh, and I am a sophomore attending Franklin High School. I'm joined with my family and community members today. I have been very active in getting my community to participate during the 2020 census, and redistricting is a very important process for the future of Elk Grove. I have been a resident of Elk Grove for the past 3 years, just like many new immigrant families in the region. I live in South Elk Grove. The city of Elk Grove has always asked community members to participate in the process, so here we are. This is my first time at a meeting, and I'm excited to share with you. We are making sure our voices are heard, and you hope you will consider the great attention. I want to advocate for Map 23 with revisions as submitted by the Jakarta movement. This map is important because it keeps communities of interest together, one of the key parts of redistricting process. We hope you consider this map. Thank you.
Thank you, young man. Next up is Shivani Sharma, or Shivane. Shivane? You'll correct me. I should know, but the way it's appearing here, it's a little odd. Followed by Marcus Prasad, and then Naindeep Singh.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Shivane Sharma, and I am a junior at Cosumnes Oaks High School. I am joined here with my family and community members today, and I am excited to share my thoughts for the first time here at Elk Grove City Hall. I'm a proud resident of Elk Grove, the Elk Grove community, and I live in South Elk Grove. I'm concerned about Map 11 for the way that it divides South Elk Grove, and we hope that you consider Map 23. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Next up, we have Marcus Prasad, followed by Naindeep Singh, and then Shane Sharma.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Marcus Prasad. I've been a longtime resident of Elk Grove for maybe 15 years or so, and I'd like to share my perspective today with you all. I'm advocating for Map 23, the community map, as proposed by the Jakarta movement. I advise you all to follow federal laws and regulations and standards and avoid any racial gerrymandering of the community. We have so many community members in support today of Map 23, so I urge you all to vote for Map 23 today. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Marcus. Next up, Naindeep Singh, Shane Sharma, followed by Anok Singh. Anok Singh.
Mayor, City Council, respected community members, also Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Naindeep Singh. I'm the Executive Director of the Jakarta Movement, and really just wanted to have an opportunity to appreciate sort of the process. We have had an opportunity to really work throughout the Sacramento Valley and San Joaquin Valley, oftentimes with NDC, had a great conversation with Jason. One of the reasons we submitted a sort of revised map to 12 was we wanted to keep in the spirit of those that had been set forward at the last meeting. The reason for the revision was the implications, especially for the Asian community at large and the Punjabi community specifically. And so we still provided sort of best effects. We actually, at least using the District R tool that the city provided, it actually keeps a smaller area of deviation than some of the other maps that have already been submitted. It still keeps major streets and thoroughfares. In terms of the precincts, that has been a sort of topic of conversation. Having talked to a number of lawyers specifically about that, it isn't something that needs to be at the most highest front, because with the Voters' Choice Act, currently any resident can go to any of the voting centers to be able to vote. And so while a factor, it doesn't have to be the major factor, because the state of California has changed how voting is done. In terms of looking at, for instance, the map 11 that was revised, that was submitted, it also has certain sort of zigzags in the same, although in the kind of southern area of Elk Grove, as opposed to where we were advocating in sort of northern areas. We have had an opportunity to talk to other community organizations, community partners. We really do hope you take a look at it. Happy to answer any follow-up questions. Very much appreciative of Councilmember Wen for asking and allowing the public, at least here, to be able to make visible that particular map. And really just hope you give it a strong consideration. Thank you. Thank you for the process, and look forward to being in touch.
Can I ask a question? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
please.
sir. So you talked about the Voters Act and the ability for them to go anywhere to vote. I think one of the things that we're looking at is when you move people out of their district, now that we're by district, when we were at large, everybody voted at every single election for every single council member. Now that we're by district, that changes things. So if your district is not up, then you would have to wait another 4 years, or the mayor's seat, which is 2 years, where everybody gets to vote on. But each district, you don't get to vote for once every 4 years. And so if we change these districts and certain individuals are in a certain district where they're going to be able to vote this year and they're now in a different district, that takes them out of their ability to vote for their representative. And so if you could just kind of...
Yeah, absolutely. So to your point, council member, that will inevitably occur for some folks no matter what, because the city has grown 15% since the last census in 2010. So inevitably that will be the case for some. And so completely understood there's no best map. I mean, if I'm honest, we actually tried to imagine, and talking to folks, what a map could potentially look at. And it was actually different in terms of than those that had gone forward. So the reason why we had suggested map 12 revised and now known as map 23 was to attempt to keep as many folks in place as possible. In terms of, and this is an area in a question from, we were obviously recognizing Elk Grove Unified. This is a question from the school district level to obviously the municipality to the county level, where this process is happening. So inevitably it'll occur for some residents no matter what. It's just picking and choosing, and you will have that choice of who it will happen to and who it may not this particular round.
I just think that folks want to vote, right? I think that's one of the things that we get to do here in America is we get to vote. Not every country gets to have that. And so one of the areas, and Mr. Doug, you can clarify this or not, but one of the areas as we look at doing these maps and drawing these, we want to try to not disrupt that as much as possible, right? And so I appreciate that. And I want people to be able to vote. It would be unfair if they have to wait another 4, 6 years. I think it's 6 if they get moved out. I'm not sure how many years they'd have to wait until they'd get to vote again. Is it, if you're moved out of a district?
So we can, I mean, these are some excellent questions. Why don't we can call you back up.
Absolutely.
But let's finish up all of the speakers, get through the ones online. And then as we navigate through this with the different maps, and if we have requisite questions, we'll certainly call you up since correct me if I'm wrong, would you consider yourself sort of the lead organizer for this evening, so that would you be able to answer most of the questions rather than, calling in 15 different people at the same time?
There's probably a number of people, but I can at least help you,
You-
discern
you-
who are some of the main key individuals.
And can I ask, did you participate with the school district redistricting process?
Yes,
Okay.
in fact,
Here,
with,
in Elk
here,
Grove Unified? Okay.
yes, as well. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, do have an understanding because we have worked in various jurisdictions throughout, like I said, the Sacramento Valley and San Joaquin Valley as well.
Okay, so you're obviously familiar with
NDC very well, very well. Very well.
Okay, very good. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so let's call up our next set of speakers, and then we'll try to get through these, and then we'll weigh in the comments. Thank you. Next up, Shane Sharma, followed by Anok Singh, and then Reena Singh.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Shane Sharma, and I'm a junior at Cosumnes Oaks High School. I'm joined with my family and community members today. I'm speaking about redistricting, a topic that I have been learning about in school and one that I'm passionate about. I have been a resident of Elk Grove through most of my life, living in the southern part of town. Now, the city of Elk Grove has always asked for community members to participate, and since redistricting is a major impact in the youth, I want to make sure you have heard from me. I also want to share my support for Map 12 with the revisions submitted by the Jakarta movement, as This keeps our southern part of Elk Grove whole in the same city council, as opposed to map 11, which divides us into two. Please consider this and vote for map 12 with revisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Anok Singh, followed by Reena Singh, followed by Randy Becker.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council members. Largely echoing a lot of what our community members have said today, but also introducing myself. My name is Anok Singh. I'm a third-year psychiatry resident at UC Davis Medical Center, and I've been a part of the Elk Grove, larger Sacramento area for over the last 10 years, mainly engaging in health advocacy and community engagement. I'm also joined by, as you can see, a large constituent of my community, also family as well, who live in the Elk Grove area. I came here tonight despite my busy schedule because I understand how important this redistricting process is and the implications it can have for the next 10 years on our community. As a practitioner of community health, I know how important our community has or can be impacted by these regulations, and I also understand how important local jurisdictions have an impact on our community health, as I'm regularly navigating county resources to get my patients health services. The pandemic has definitely exacerbated long existing disparities that have been prevalent for a lot of communities of color. Key to communities being able to advocate together is if communities of interest are together, and none of us can predict what challenges we may face over the next 10 years, possibly far after many of you have left office or are in different seats. However, giving the community the ability to come together on their terms as communities of interest is key to making this possible. As a health professional, I strongly advocate for MAP 12 with revisions or MAP 23 as submitted by Jakara Movement, and I'm happy to discuss further and hope you will hear our community's voice today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Reena Singh, followed by Randy Becker, and then Samreen Olik.
First things first, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Sri Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good evening, council members, mayor, and staff. My name is Reena, and I'm a resident of Elk Grove. During the last hearing, I was among the few members of the public who attended the hearing and gave public comment in favor of a map that would have kept the Punjabi community, as well as the larger AAPI community, living in Elk Grove together. I'm here before you all today to express a bit of disappointment over the little discussion there was from the council's part during the last meeting over the input given by me and another member of the public. And I'm also here to once again make the request to you to choose a map that represents the true composition and diversity of Elk Grove. The three maps currently being discussed, map 11, map 12, and 22, all split the Punjabi community in some shape or form. That is concerning, especially when the decision to move forward with these three maps was done just a few minutes after us, members of the public from the Punjabi community specifically, asked you to keep the areas that these three maps split together. Map 12, even though it splits the Punjabi communities on the northeast side of Highway 99, it is still a bit more workable than map 11 and 22. And as such, I want to propose the revisions that can be seen on map 23. The revisions are basically the following. One, remove the block between Highway 99, Elk Grove Florian Road, Bond Road, and Elk Grove Boulevard from present-day District 3, and integrate the block between Elk Grove Florian Road, Sheldon Road, and Waterman Road within present-day District 3. The block we're asking you to integrate is 40% Asian, and it has much more in common with District 3, that is higher in Asian population percentage, than District 2, which is predominantly white. The Punjabi communities living in this block share the same gurdwaras, Sikh temples, located on Bradshaw Road and Elk Grove Florian Road. They share the same public utilities such as neighborhoods and attend the same schools. You may be wondering why is it that our request has moved from extending the border or the boundary of District 3 from Bradshaw Road to Waterman Road. And this is because we understand that all districts must abide to having equal numbers of population, and also because extending the boundary to Bradshaw Road on map 12 may require a lot more changes to map 12 and a lot more disruption. These revisions are necessary and needed, and as Elk Grove's population has grown over 15% in the last decade, Elk Grove has become more diverse, and its new developments are suggesting future increases in this sort of diversity. It is imperative that we adopt these maps through a lens of change rather than a policy of least disruption when adopting these new maps, because at the end of the day, these maps will have an effect for 10 years and won't just have an effect for the next 2 or 3 years. Once again, I strongly urge all the members at the table to make these revisions, to make map 12, to adopt map 23, revise map 12, and adopt the RISE map. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you. Next up, we have Randy Becker, followed by Samreen Aulick. And if anybody else wishes to speak, this is your time to turn in speaker cards.
Hi, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, congratulations, Chief. Look forward to working with you, and your tenure here was great to see. Great to see your promotion. I'm not against this map or what they're trying to do, but let's go back from the beginning, because the beginning states it all. Beginning was fairness and not disenfranchise groups, and also make the districts equal, or as equal as possible. And we all know what's going to happen in the South, whether it's in District 2 or District 4. But with their map, if you look at it, District 4 is already overpopulated. And if you do not do something about it, we'll be back here next year, and the year after, and the year after. And that's not what this plan is about. This plan is about to set something in motion that's going to last potentially 10 years. So for this to work for them, we need to look at every district and make sure that everyone gets a chance to vote in the cycle. That's important. Voting is one of the most important things next to the First Amendment. Has to be. We've got wars over that. We will continue to have wars over that. So we need to make it that important. Secondly, the population in District 4 at this map is unacceptable. It can't stand. There has to be some give. If there isn't any give, it won't work. It just won't. That means population has to be moved into District 2. That's where map 11 comes in. Now, if you look at the southern border of District 4, where the potential new growth is, that could easily be moved in District 2. Also move it up towards Whitelock. Basically what map 11 is. But this map will not work unless there's some adjustment. It just won't. No matter how many speakers come up here, I'm not opposed to them. I'm for what they're trying to accomplish, and they're doing it the right way. But the numbers have to match. Lastly, I would like Mr. Lundgren or Mr. Hobbs to explain the legal ramifications of the percentages and disenfranchise, making sure that whatever we do, we're moving forward correctly, because we got here because of a forced potential lawsuit. Let's not revisit that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Our last speaker in person currently is our next speaker, Samreen Aulick, and then we'll switch over to the Zoom environment.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Samreen Aulick, and I'm a first-year student at CSU Monterey Bay. I'm joined here with my family and community members. I have been learning about civic engagement during my college courses, and this is one of the reasons I'm excited to share from my perspective tonight as an Asian woman and a woman of color and a Punjabi woman. I was born and raised in Elk Grove. I graduated from Franklin High School, and I currently live in North Elk Grove. This is the area that would be currently split from the area immediately west in Map 12, but we'd like to be included in Map 12 with revisions from the Jakarta Movement map. This issue is very important to the youth since it determines the future of the next 10 years. I hope you'll consider my voice and support Map 12 with revisions in order to set the precedent for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have another speaker, Salvan Chahal.
Good evening, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I lost my glasses, so I'm wearing prescription shades. But I just want to make a quick point that I didn't have anybody else mention. I know that a lot of places that we see outside the colors in green are overpopulated, and there's an intention to keep balanced population. But one thing that nobody's really talking about is like the area that we see in green that we also see in District 2. There's a lot more people sitting on acres and a lot more unused land that I assume will be filled up in due time. So to say that there is disproportion is unfair if we do not acknowledge the fact that there's more people sitting on acres and there's more suburban areas in the lands outside District 2. And I just wanted to make that point. Much love.
Thank you. Looks like we have another speaker, Trina Burt. And then we'll switch over to the Zoom.
This one? Okay. Good evening, everyone, officials and Madam Mayor. I am a proud member, proud homeowner and resident of Elk Grove for the past 20 plus years. I love my city and I love what it's grown from and what it's going to be in the future. I'm here to champion MAP 11. It follows the letter of the law. It meets all of the residents' needs as the best it can. We are all Elk Grovians. No matter where you live, no matter where you congregate, we are all Elk Grovians. And I just wanted to speak my time, and I'm yielding the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burt. All right, we will switch on to the Zoom environment and invite anybody who's interested on commenting on this item to please raise your hand, and we will get to you in the order that Mr. Lindgren will call you up.
And currently what I am seeing is there are no raised hand functions being utilized by our attendees in the Zoom environment. I figure they're for the Zoom later, but not for this item. And with that, we do not have any other speakers on item 8.2 that will conclude public comment.
All right, then at this time, I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity. And we're gonna go through, I'm sure, a lot of questions. But before we go to all of us, I wanted you, Mr. Lindgren, to provide any opportunity. You've heard a lot of comments. And if you wanted to provide any additional input for us and the public, and then I know that we'll all have questions specifically, but this is your opportunity for any clarifying remarks or any updates that you've heard from the public. Thank you.
Sure. Just to kick off from the comparisons of maps, and there'll be a note that on the district maps, whatever returns, there will be an area that will be included there south of Grant Line Road. That's we're just taking a vote on the Kubota project, but these maps just went forward. It's a zero population area, so it doesn't make an effect on the demographic analysis. But I did want to note that that area will be included on any of our maps going forward. I think in particular, just to address the submittal or the kind of taking of map 12 and changing it. And it's somewhat interesting because we had another map that was a proposed change to a map. And what I think happens is with math authors is they're taking into consideration all of the various factors. And in my exchanges that I've had with folks about the maps that are being submitted, and we've seen some variations and changes to them, is that I think what's happening is we're trying to add another level of what we would call a community of interest or an aspect that we would add to a map, but we're adding it after the fact, after we've done a balancing game with a other set of presupposed principles. And so what I think is probably the most valuable going forward is that from not just the maps or talking about maps, but it's the community of interest that gets identified. And I think that's actually more of a focus, because if we were to entertain anything about looking at some kind of map authoring, that tweaking maps that were created under other auspices or other designs, it's not going to help us, because what's going to happen is we're going to initiate changes based on our new data, and all it does is push and pull against all the other areas of what we're doing. And so I think to really narrow down to the focus of the question is that when we're talking about a community of interest and what's been presented, is that I think from the Punjabi community that whatever is a map that's been reflected down in the area of District 4, that's not really a question. It's not something that's out here with the maps that have been presented, though there is some overlap in the new growth area and how that's treated. I don't think that's part of what the focus of the discussion is. We're really talking about what's going on the border up at Calvine and what is that area of a community of interest. And it's kind of interesting because the more that we kind of peel back the layers of that, there's a very interesting interface that happens in that area, not only in the geography that happens. There's Laguna Creek North that runs through areas that are trying to get connected. And by the very nature that Calvine cuts us off at the north, you start not being able to combine communities without making a full chip flip. And I think we've talked about this full chip flip of that if we're talking about taking a subdivision or an HOA, putting a divide into it starts creating all the factors that we don't want with our redistricting principles of how we're doing compactness, clear boundaries, contiguous districts, because just alone a division of a river starts creating, you have to make a leap in order to connect communities of interest. And so I think it might be too as to why we're seeing some variations of the maps being submitted. And so I think part of it is focusing that discussion about what is the nature of what we would do. But if we're doing that, the concept of the community of interest, really it's bordered by that area of heading eastward off of Elk Grove Florin Road. And it's either, are you going to Waterman, are you going to Bradshaw, but that's the area. But is there an elegant solution that presents itself while still holding faithful to our other principles, right? Which is factors about displacement. And I think what we find in kind of the analysis or moving forward on these items is that if we are to make changes, we're going to see it make an effectual change all around the city. And it's going to take us away probably from other districting principles that we've been targeting on as we've moved through this process.
All right, thank you for that. And I'm going to start with our council, but I do want to just make some remarks, and then I'll opine on this at the very end. But I do want to recognize the Jakara movement and Naindeep Singh for your hard work and efforts organizing the group that came before us this evening. I wish there was a lot more interest in the redistricting process. We're all obviously very interested in it, but it's just one of those things that it is so important, and we always wish as civic leaders that there would be a lot more engagement. And so my message is to you, the youth that came before us this evening, and if this is your first time speaking, please don't let this be the last. This is the beginning of your journey, and your voice matters regardless of what those outcomes might be. I remember when I first started my own role as a youth, when I spoke before city councils when I was in high school, and what I learned back then are 3 important lessons as it relates to making effective change. And one of those is, of course, activism. The second is advocacy, and the third are alliances. Those are so critical. So if I can leave you with any nugget, it's those 3 critical elements that will carry you in a long way as you really exercise the power of your voice. So I just wanted to thank everyone, and then recognize Mr. Singh as well, who's another one of our elected colleagues from the Central Valley, the Fresno area, with one of the school districts down there. So just thank you all for paying attention to this and being involved in the process. So I just wanted to appreciate your presence this evening. With that, we will start with council comments, and I'll just start here to my right. We'll start with Councilwoman Stephanie Nguyen.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, again, I want to thank Jakarta Movement for being here as well, too. In my day job as the Executive Director of Asian Resources, I've had the opportunity to work with you all during the Census 2020, and the work that you've done is definitely amazing. And so I know you are all about the community and what's best for our community. And I appreciate all of you who came forward as first-time speakers here and first-time getting involved, because this is a very, very important part of civic engagement. This is going to be what we decide on for the next 10 years. I remember being a part of this 10 years ago, and now sitting here and having to draw these lines puts us in a different position. And we all try to do the best as we can. One of the reasons why I was asking all of the questions earlier is because as we looked at these lines in these maps, I go back to the core values of these maps as we figure out where the lines are, and things like easily identifiable boundaries. But minimizing the voters shifted to different election years. I felt like that's very important because I know everybody looks forward to voting. And when you take that away from them and you tell them that they can't vote for X amount of years more just because they were drawn into a different district, that takes away their right of what they can do. And that happened because we went to by district, right? When we were citywide, you got a chance to vote on all of your council members for the entire city here. But also preserving the core of the existing districts. As you were all talking and you talked about District 4, I was just thinking, you all want to be a part of District 4. I love this. And then Mr. Lindgren talked about how it was really about Calvine. I thought, oh, okay, so you just ruined it for me. And I would love to keep District 4 the way it is because I've grown to love the district and seen the growth and just being able to see the amounts of community involvement in District 4, from just the Youth Commission to Planning Commission. We always have a large number of District 4 residents that want to be engaged and involved. And so I would love to keep you all, but it's a drastic amount compared to all of the other districts. And so when I took a look at the maps, I talked about the colors. I talked about the green, the yellow, and the reds. And I think, Mr. Lindgren, if you could just pull up map 11, you know, we want to be able to have maps with the least amount of disruption. And I understand that we want to keep all of the communities together. But when Mr. Doug came up and he presented map 11 or map 12, and he said that was an elegant map and it was an 8.7% deviation. And he talked about map 11 being more elegant. I caught that, Mr. Doug, at a 4% deviation. And then he said 11A, but he didn't say anything about elegancy. And he said it was 8.3% deviation. And so as I look at everything, if I look at the colors, if you could just scroll so folks can see where all the green is. And
So that, just let me
Okay.
jump out and hop up. I just have to pull that up from a different file. So,
Oh.
but I can get that up.
I'm a visual person, and so I see green meaning good, yellow meaning slow down, and red meaning stop, just like our street lights. And so I looked at those colors and where we had the most amount of greens in all of the maps that we had. And while we want to keep all of the communities together, as Mr. Lindgren said earlier, in keeping all of the communities together, we also have to take away from others. And so we had to do the best that we can. You know, that being said, I appreciate you all coming out. I do. And I don't know where the rest of my council members stand, but I'm going to stick with map 11, as I had said at the last council meeting, just because I feel like that's the best representation of our city. That keeps the majority of us all together. I think the map 23, the map 12, map 23 community map is a map, and I appreciate you all trying to make it work, but I think it also displaces a lot of folks in the community, a lot of folks that won't be able to vote, and it shifts everything. And what I also saw is that it makes one of our district have a lot more than the rest. As we're looking at the ideal number of 44,000 in each district, that new map, the map 12, former 23 community map now, made it so that way one of the district had more in their district than the rest of the other districts. And so I'll stop there. I'm in support of map 11, and I'll look forward to hearing from the rest of my council colleagues.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll go down the line here. Councilmember Spies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my gosh, Councilwomen, you're hitting all my stuff ahead of time here, so I'm standing here a little on my heels. First of all, I do want to mention that there, from the larger community, we've had very, very little input. And you know, I really want to say thank you very much for actually taking the interest to affect change, to have the conversation, to learn about the process, because it's incredibly important. But I do want to, since you had moved on, Councilmember Nguyen, I would like to go to what we call MAP 12 Community Amended 23. And let's have a brief conversation. I would like to go back to, please indulge me a little bit because it might be a bit of a rewind, but can you please explain what you consider to be the design principles that we originally drafted the maps with, right? Because they were important, those values were important.
And I think Councilmember Spies, where those come out in what Councilmember Nguyen was referring to for the scoring categories, but I think you can see those with any of the evaluations of maps that we do. And one of the primary objectives, of course, that we have is they come in 3 pillars, which is it starts with federal law, and it's giving those protections to protected classes and ensuring that we're following Voting Rights Act law, and that's where our demographer really helps us out in those regards. And those are some of the pillars. That element of the federal is also about the population being evenly split between districts, right? And so those are main priorities because they fall in that first tier. What happens with our scorecard is we start talking about the second tier, which are the state requirements. And you're gonna see that to the far left that's up onto the screen.
And just to be clear, this is 23, correct?
Correct.
We're looking
The
at
map
the
that we're
attributes for
looking at.
23.
Yes.
I wanted to state that for the audience as well.
So this is a map that's being designed, that was proposed as it was the map 12 with some alterations that were done to it and submitted. And what happens is we start looking at those state requirements. And so the state ones are going to have the 4 primary requirements where we start talking about communities of interest, that the districts are contiguous, that they have clear borders, and that they're compact in size. Compact typically is going to be something where the latitude and longitude somewhat match. You don't see something sprawling around. When we talked about communities of interest initially, what we did is we identified these areas. And I think from our speaker, Mr. Salvan Shahal, brought up about District 2 being an area where there is a lot of open area space. What that open area space, it has much of a difference though, and I think it's actually an interface that we're seeing kind of in the communities of interest that are being analyzed. But in those areas of our rural area of Elk Grove, the zoning's very different. We're in agricultural residential, and so you have a very different kind of mapping, and it creates that different effect of density and also what census blocks are available. But when we talked about communities of interest in Elk Grove, we start talking about the rural community, but also as we looked into this, we looked at the built-out environment of homeowner associations, subdivisions, and taxation districts. And so what you'll see is when maps get kind of tweaked and proposed, you're going to see some differences that are going to happen in kind of how the scoring went from the staff perspective. That we don't just look at what the latest change is. We're going to look at the balance of how does this map still hold up going through all the filters that we're doing. So I'm using this as a new data point when we're told that there's a new community of interest that wanted to express itself. We put that in the context of all this review that we've been doing. Beyond that is that third kind of tertiary level that National Demographics Corporation touched upon, which is when we start talking about what's the Elk Grove experience or what's the experience that we've had from the history of our districts and things of that nature. And part of the Elk Grove experience is put in that category that's called boundary. When we talk about what are our neighboring jurisdictions, does this give us a representative voice with neighboring jurisdictions? Is there effect when you have a district that is going to be adjacent to State Route 99 or Interstate 5 rail lines, the connector project? When we talk about electoral, this is the area where we start talking about this displacement. So this is where we're talking about having a principle of connecting districts, that when we see maps that actually isolate a district, that can create an issue just in governance, that if we actually find a plan that brings folks together, we may find that that actually has an effect on governance as we explore into this new world of by-district elections. But what we found is that when you look at maps, and if you are having to make a decision about where to draw a final boundary, exchanges between districts 1 and 3 were something that was preferred, exchanges between districts 2 and 4, because it didn't have that effect of displacement. And that's the words that we're using for when folks had an expectation to be coming up to the November 2022 election, certain movements that are asked by certain maps are going to displace voters so that they will move if they were in District 2, and this is the direct example of what we're talking about with the community of interest that's been put forward by Map 23. It's taking folks out of District 2, placing them into District 3. They won't be coming up and seeing any election contests if they're removed from that area. And that's the displacement factor that we put out there. And it was one of the priorities because I think as we've gone through the process of Elk Grove, the by-district election change, and looking at what is going to be the change to our voters. What at the end of the day, when we move these map lines, what's going to be the effect on the people that have a change conducted upon them? And part of it was we were seeking maps that minimize that kind of a change of what they would expect for when the next vote would be coming up for their opportunity. District core and continuity is more the geometry of former districts and falls along those same lines, that those folks that voted people into office have an expectation that that's their elected representative. So if we do a lot of changes or a lot of maps that make drastic changes, we're going to be kind of kicking around. The last ones are really more policy-wise. Those were discussions about whether or not we'd use the population deviation percentage to an advantage. And to that advantage, it's knowing that there's areas of Elk Grove that are smaller growth and aren't going to develop as much, and there's areas where we are going to see a lot of growth in the future. And so it's taking in those accommodations of new growth areas as identified by our general plan, but also looking at where in Elk Grove are we built out and where are we looking to kind of the future growth. So that whole concept, if you're kind of landlocked, if you don't see a lot of new growth coming up in the future, the concept is build a district that's a little bigger because you're not going to add population as time goes on. You want to use those open spaces in order to fill in and add up. And of course, policy questions were the mystery of how to deal with State Route 99, which has been a policy issue that we've gone back and forth. And zero deviation is a concept of trying to get to absolute zero in the deviation. Just as a principle, it's one that we followed in 2011 as a concept. So when we get a new submittal, part of what happens is we go through the filter of all of these looks. We don't just look at one new bit of information. And so part of it is in this discussion, altering maps is difficult because maps are drawn with certain premises. And if you add new data, you're really starting a process of thinking about drawing a new map. And part of it is, can you? Because we live within a world of restraints. This isn't just a preference where we come in. There are these regulations that get more strict as we go back to the left, as we get to the state regulations, and then we get to the federal regulations about where we can and where we can't be drawing these district lines.
Okay, thanks. So, and I'm sorry, the deviation for 23 was, I think that's been asked a couple times now, but I didn't write it down. Deviation on 23?
23, I think I'd have to pull that up from
what we were just looking at.
I think so. Let me go up. Here we are. So 3.62 is going to be,
okay.
That's a total balance. So what happens is you're going to have some districts that are going to be less. In this example of what is being drawn, it's making the smallest district in District 2. So that's going to be a negative percentage, and then it's going to balance out. So you're within that 10%, but typically in District 3, you want to watch out. You know, if you're going outside of 5%, you're in trouble because you're probably plus or minus adding up to be more than 10% deviation.
Okay. All right. As previous, I was partial to map 11. I would stay with map 11 for the reasons that councilperson Wynn stated. I get concerned about the displacement. People not voting for a period of 6 years is troublesome, and I would support map 11.
All right, thank you, sir. We will go down the line. We'll just go, sure.
Okay, I also want to start by thanking the Chikara movement and the youth that have come out to speak tonight and participate in this process. This happens only once every 10 years, so really appreciate your interest and coming out. As I look through this process, and we're talking about moving lines, I can't but help but look at the entirety of Elk Grove. And what I've always prided myself on whenever I speak to people outside of the city, I just did it this weekend when I spoke. And for those people that might be old enough to remember, I talk about how every street in Elk Grove looks like the United Colors of Benetton, you know, and meaning that, you know, it's very diverse throughout the communities, or each street in the community. And, you know, that doesn't change with these district maps. Even first of all, people will still go to the same churches. They will still go to the same grocery stores. They will congregate. But regardless of that, even if they don't, we will all interact at festivals, at restaurants, and come together as one community. We came together in tragedy with the death of Officer Lanahan. We celebrate with our recent Division II basketball champions for the Elk Grove Herd men's basketball. And, you know, so when I think about things like that, it's very, you know, it's very difficult to try to, now we're trying to parcel up things. And so I understand through the process, what we have to look at communities of interest, but I would say we're all one community of the same interest. And again, I greatly appreciate the Punjabi community coming out, the Chikara movement coming out, but I also have to ask myself, if we only look at one community in this particular instance, this map 23, have we analyzed, you know, every other community of interest? And we haven't. So would that be fair? And I don't think it would. So I want to put that aside for a second and come to things that I think are more, not more, but are also just as important, but something that I think we can do something about or control and have meaningful impact. And that is what was talked about earlier about keeping the voting cycles the same. So you're interchanging between 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. And so I appreciate Mr. Singh's comment about that it would happen with any of these maps. That I don't believe that's true. I'm going to look to our city clerk again, Mr. Lindgren. I believe at least one of these maps don't do that, correct?
Well, inevitably there has to be movement because we've grown. So the lines cannot stay the same. What the objective was from maps that were being submitted and the evaluation that was coming from a staff perspective is which ones handled that the best and took it down de minimis. So wherever we saw the least amount of exchanges occurring, that was viewed as a best case scenario.
Yeah.
What happens in many of these maps is you start seeing that they're going by leaps and bounds to swap kind of what we're referring to these chips, but it's moving pieces that are populations of 6,000 or 10,000. And I mean, those are large effects if you're doing a dramatically different type of map. I think what we saw from the finalist maps, and really there are 2 maps that come in the finalist maps, but they really did take an effort to minimize those changes that occurred when you draw the lines.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk, I think I didn't communicate well. What I see from at least one of these maps, and at least from map 11, I see some of, let's say, District 1 going into District 3, but we're in the same cycle. We're in the same voting cycle. I mean, I see some of District 2 going into District 4 or vice versa.
Correct. And sorry, that's the minimizing the amount of displaced voters.
Right.
When we look at the maps that are the draft finalist maps, they minimized the effects to the changes to voters.
Okay.
I think there's one area that's north of Elk Grove Boulevard, just west of State Route 99.
Yes.
It's a population of about 9,000 folks. In every map, it moved it to some different district. I mean, that becomes the mathematical equation that we get pulled to the northeast because of density. And so any kind of changes that occur mathematically, we can't kind of get far away from that equation if we're making divisions. And so that became like, if you look at the comparisons of how much of a difference between the current council district boundaries and how much did we make an effect, our finalist maps really strived, I think, to minimize those counts, to get them as close to 0, but never have perfect. You'll never get there unless we don't have any new people. And then we have a whole different problem. So.
Right.
Yeah.
No, thank you for that clarification. And so, yes, minimizing that impact. And then the second thing I also wanted to address was the rural policy area in District 2 that will continue to keep District 2 from urbanizing. There's policies to speak to the individual who made the comment. There's policies in there that prohibit sidewalks, that prohibits water, sewer. In other words, everybody, not everybody, but many out there in District 2 are on septic and wells. So it's extremely challenging to try to urbanize that area in the future. So that is why the population growth in District 2 will be extremely limited. And then finally, the population deviation, as we see, is on map 11 is 4% versus 8.7% and 8.38% on the other two maps. Again, the community map 12 was a lower, but as we spoke about earlier, I think it creates other challenges it creates other challenges. So again, I mean, those are the reasons why I'm sticking with District 11. Map 11. I believe it offers the least amount of disruption to our residents and continues to keep Elk Grove one whole community. And I will just finally, just for final clarification, because there was a comment made about earlier from my colleagues about when we all voted, but Elk Grove, since its incorporation, has always had districts. Yes, we were voted at large, but remember that there's always been districts in the city. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hume?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I move on to my comments, I just want to touch on something the Vice Mayor was just talking about, that I think between the percentages that Mr. Yoakum presented at the top of his presentation and the percentages that the city clerk referenced relative to map 23 are not an apples to apples comparison. So when you're talking about that 4%, that 8%, if you look at the map 11, it shows maximum population deviation of 2%. So it's not an apples to apples comparison of what made up those percentages.
Sorry, we're oscillating negative and positive numbers around the zero asymptote. And so what's happening is Mr. Yoakum's representations are going to be the total distance between the two around the zero. So it's adding a negative to a positive. That's where we're getting our...
I think what I just heard you say is I agree with what Mr. Hume...
Precisely.
That being said, I want to thank all of the young people in particular who came out and spoke tonight. And, Mr. Becker referenced the First Amendment. And so in the Constitution of the United States, once they got done with a more perfect union and providing for the common defense and domestic tranquility and all these other big ticket items, when they got what did we leave out? Their very First Amendment said the right to come and express your opinion before your government. So assembly, redress, and having your voice heard. So as was mentioned, I believe by the mayor, don't ever lose sight of that it does pay dividends for you and for the community to come out and make sure that you're on the record. Speaking of being on the record, it's no secret that I was not in favor of moving to a by-district system in Elk Grove for a lot of the reasons that have been discussed, not the least of which is that we wouldn't have to consider displacement had we still been electing the from-district representatives at large. That being said, as I said at the last meeting, that was probably one of my number one considerations in looking at these maps, was to make sure that somebody is not taken out of their voting cycle, that then they would not be able to vote for their district representative for a span of 6 years as opposed to 4 years. The second thing that I'll say is that has been said, and I've never run by district, and so every time I've walked precincts, it has been the entire city. And on any street in any neighborhood in any neighborhood of any density, it's a melting pot of identities, and I think that's something that we looked at when we went to by district, is that there is no concentration per se anywhere within the city. So all of that being said is I may argue with her of whether or not District 4 is the best district in the city, but I can't argue with how intelligent and smart Councilmember Wynn was, because she said at the last meeting that this is the map, this is the one, and it's the best. And we did the exercise of looking at the map 11A that I think made issues worse, particularly relative to population. And so I'm on board with moving forward map 11. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, I don't have a favorite district. I get to say I love Elk Grove as the mayor. So I don't have to worry about the districts. But what I will say is, you know, the conversation has been terrific. And I want to reiterate my comments earlier about the Jakarta movement and to stay involved in the process. I'm a proud Punjabi. I was born in India when I moved to this country when I was 4 years old. And what I can tell you is that the Punjabi community is spread out throughout our city. We might have certain areas where there might be a higher concentration, but the Punjabi community and the API community and really all residents, we are distributed amongst the 4 districts. And that's something to be proud of, that we do have that representation everywhere. And because I do want to, you know, I support what the concept that you're proposing, because of course I have my bias. I'm a Punjabi. Of course I want to create those opportunities. But I have a greater responsibility to the city of Elk Grove. And that is to wear the equity lens, the equality lens of what's in the best interest of all of our residents. And we've heard so many concerns raised about the different maps. And I share a lot of those concerns because we do want to keep communities intact. We do want to create opportunities for representation. Voting is so critical and vital to every single one of us. It's not something I take for granted. Nobody should. And to deny those opportunities would be a disservice. Disenfranchisement, the fairness test, what's best for all of Elk Grove, displacement. All of those are things that you've heard from every single person here of why that is important. One of my biggest concerns, I raised it last week, and as this process started, I feel a little rushed, and it has been rushed. These are some timelines that we didn't set. They're set by law. And so we've been trying to do the best that we can with the timeline and the constraints that we have. I would love to have had more meetings and more opportunities for expanded community engagement because it's something that's so important to me. But I do want to thank the city clerk for working within those constraints and doing a phenomenal job reaching out to the various communities of interest throughout our city and being adaptable with in-person, with Zoom, and hybrid environments. This was not an easy task. And I heard back from so many people that participated with our various committees and so forth that you did a remarkable job. So I want to recognize you for your due diligence in making sure that we are not only following the law, but really following those design principles that are so critical in coming up with what is best for the entire city. And today I heard from a number of additional residents, not only those that spoke today, but others throughout the day. The vast majority that have talked to me support MAP 11. So, and you can hear from our city council of why MAP 11. But one thing I do love about MAP 11 that we talked about a while back, that is all districts meet right there on Elk Grove Boulevard in 99. That we have that's where it all touches together. And there's something special about that, of keeping our community intact. And to my Punjabi Sikh brothers, sisters that are here this evening, we live in Chardi Kala, that eternal optimism is what we call. It's not the best map or the most perfect map, but this is the best map that we have that we can vote on this evening. But I want you to stay involved, all of you, not just on the redistricting process, but there are so many other issues that come before the city of Elk Grove that you must have a seat at. because we want to hear from you how these issues impact all of you, not just the redistricting process, but all of our very important policy decisions that come before us. So that Chardi Kala, please continue to live in that. I live in that every single day when I rise. But as our Sikh prayers end, we believe in what we say, Sarvata Pala. Sarvata Pala means blessings and welfare to all. And that's something that's important to me, doing what's best for the city of Elk Grove. So my preference, for so many reasons stated from my colleagues, from the community, and those presented by the experts, is map 11. So with that, I'm looking for a motion to move forward a map.
Do we have to do a motion in a second?
Do we have
Mr.
a,
Lindgren, or is it-
it's, you're looking for direction for a map adoption.
We'd like a motion, please, yes.
Yes.
I'll make the motion to accept and move forward map 11 as the final map.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And for this, can we do roll call? Because I want it on the record.
Certainly. And for the roll
It's one
call
of those
vote,
critical things.
this is for proceeding for map 11 for final approval on April 13th, 2022. I'll start that roll call vote with Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Yes, aye.
Vice Mayor Suen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye. It was one of those things that I did at the school district on key votes, and redistricting is such an important vote. I don't want anyone to think that maybe there was just a nod or not agreement. Hearing that verbal aye, it sends a clear message. So thank you for humoring me on the roll call vote there. So thank you everyone. I encourage you to stick around. We have other important items coming up next. So we will move on to our next item on the agenda. And if anyone needs to take a comfort break up here, please do so. We will move on to item, goodness, where are we?
We'll
At
have
8.3?
staff pull up 8.3, and that's going to be the public hearing to consider the 2022-23 Community Development Block Grant, Community Service Grant, and American Rescue Plan Act nonprofit grant funding recommendations. I think we're taking just a brief break.
Are you able to pull up my?
Mayor, do you want us to just take a brief pause just for?
Why don't we
until
take about 2 to 3 minutes, get a comfort break, and get settled in here?
Sounds
good.
We'll be back in 3 minutes. Like out of the main thing and then go to Zoom. So go to the little thing and share screen. So it should be available to you, the green. And then you pick PowerPoint and run it from, because then what it does is it pushes it into the Zoom environment, but we broadcast it here just like it is. So hit share.
But you're not, oh, you are. I think I might go relieve the dog. It's already. Let's get the show going. Take care. All right, if we can get settled, we're going to get started in 1 minute.
They always go on. I expected it. You're exactly right. I agree. I was hoping something else. I know that. Oh, that's all right.
All right, we're going to get started here. I got the gavel, I'm going to use it. Can we get order in the room, please? I know it's an exciting evening, but we still have a pretty big agenda to get through. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are on. Thank you. Councilmember Hume, you may be seated. Absolutely. So we are on item 8.3. Thank you so much.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am Alicia Tutt, your Housing and Grants Specialist. The item I have before you tonight is our annual discussion on how you would like to allocate the Community Development Block Grant and Community Service Grant funds for the next fiscal year. This year's discussion also includes additional funding recommendations under the American Rescue Plan Act nonprofit grant program. As a reminder, the Community Development Block Grant is provided annually through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This funding is limited to certain eligible activities, which does include some public service funding. Most activities must benefit low-income persons to be eligible, and priorities for CDBG funding have been set forth in the 5-year consolidated plan, which was last renewed and adopted in June 2020. We also have our community service grant in support of nonprofits that serve the Elk Grove community. Historically, council has set aside those funds out of the general fund. This is a more flexible funding source and can be used for a wide variety of costs, with the exception of events which have their own grant program that the council will consider those allocations next month. This year, we also have the American Rescue Plan Act funds, in which council set aside $2.5 million to be made available to grants to assist nonprofits that have faced economic hardship resulting from or exacerbated by the COVID-19 public health emergency, and to provide funding for new programs that address the needs of households most impacted by the pandemic or its economic effects. About half of those funds were previously allocated late last year, and the other half were recommended or we put forward with this application process. For the next program year, our CDBG allocation will be approximately $946,683. That's estimated based on our current 21-22 funding. The federal budget has not been passed yet, so HUD has not provided those allocations yet, so we're going on that estimate. Up to 20% of those funds can be used for administration and fair housing activities. Historically, we've used about 15%, so we've never used that full amount. And up to 15% of those funds can be used for public services. And historically, we always use the full amount of the 15% towards public services. We are also including a little over $143,000 in prior year unspent CDBG funds that are eligible to be reallocated to capital projects. And then one additional limit of CDBG funds to remind is that they cannot be used to supplant recent local government funding. So we have to be careful that any activities that have previously been funded through CSG, our community service grant, cannot be supplanted with CDBG funds. For CSG, we have a little over $421,000, which represents an increase in line with the projected general fund revenue growth and also restores pandemic-related cuts from the past 2 years. And then finally, with the ARPA, we have a little over $1.2 million remaining in the ARPA funds set aside for nonprofits. This is one-time funding and must be used for activities that benefit Elk Grove residents disparately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and or its economic effects. So the city released an application for all 3 funding sources in January. The funding availability was advertised in the Elk Grove Citizen, on the city's website, through social media. Notices were sent directly to all of our interested organizations. We have a pretty expansive list of interested organizations that we've kept over the last several years. Those were sent out. We also did some regional advertising through the Impact Foundries grant notification to make sure that we were able to spread the word out, especially about the additional ARPA funding that we had. And applications were submitted online. Organizations could use one application to apply for 1, 2, or all 3 streams of funding for any activity, and there was no limit on the number of applications that any one organization could submit. A technical assistance webinar was held late January, and an archived video was placed on the city's website for any of those who couldn't attend as scheduled, when it was scheduled. And then applications were due about a month after they were released. Excuse me. The city received 35 applications from 34 of which were from nonprofits and 1 was from a city department for a variety of activities. The total funding request exceeded $2.7 million, which always is an overarching challenge that we have with these programs, just the great number of work that is happening by nonprofits in our community and the limited amount of funds that we have, so making those tough decisions of funding allocations. After determining if an applicant was eligible for funding, the applications were reviewed for impact on the community and target populations as identified in the consolidated plan, feasibility of implementation within the time period, established budget reasonableness. Does the organization have the administrative and financial capacity to implement the program, and how much match funding, whether it's in kind or cash, that was they were able to leverage with the project. All applications did have the opportunity to clarify aspects of their proposals. In your packets, you have a detailed list of funding requests received and a short description of each proposed activity. The next few slides represent those applications that are being recommended for funding. And I'll be brief as I go through them, but the first is a capital project. We received one request for capital funding, and this is a citywide curb ramp program, which is our annual program, and it works to reconstruct non-conforming ADA ramps throughout the city. The next are the CDBG public service recommendations. An asterisk next to the funding total denotes that some of the funding in those totals either comes from the ARPA funds or CSG funds. There were several grants that we had the opportunity to kind of split the funding pot to be able to make a higher grant recommendation. These are all returning grantees that have been funded 1 or more years in the past. The next are our CSG recommendations. We have, again, these are all returning grantees. We're recommending a variety of organizations offering public assistance to those experiencing homelessness, low-income families, youth and senior programs, as well as support for theater and art programs. And then our final slide is the ARPA recommendations. And these are, again, working with populations that are more disparately affected by the pandemic. So 916 Inc. is serving economically disadvantaged youth experiencing a learning lag in the English language due to the pandemic and social distancing measures implemented by the school system. Chicks in Crisis is requesting funding to purchase and staff a mobile unit for their resource center, which would allow them to bring their services directly to clients, including some outreach to Elk Grove's low-income apartment communities. Elk Grove Food Bank Services is requesting funding for tenant improvements to their new office space, a request, as well as funding for some new equipment, such as a forklift and refrigerated food truck. So this request, I just wanted to point out for Elk Grove Food Bank, has changed slightly since the description in your packet. Since their application was originally submitted, they realized that due to the nature and timing of some of their tenant improvement projects in relation to their anticipated move-in date, they have asked to revise that so that they could move forward with some of those tenant improvements that they had originally requested funding on that may take more time through ARPA funding because of the timing as well as the restrictions for ARPA and the public bid process and all of that. So they did revise their request and have added the request to move some of that funding to equipment of a forklift and a refrigerated truck while they move forward with the tenant improvements. And then the last is the Homeless Services Navigator, which is a program that we have funded previously just under different funding sources. So our next step is that we will release the CDBG draft 22-23 action plan for public comment from April 11th to May 11th. And then CDBG allocations will formally be adopted on May 11th at the council meeting. Those may be revised from this based on the allocations from HUD of how we do that. Sometimes we've done a percentage, if it's an increase or a decrease, we do a percentage increase or decrease across the board to adjust for that. CSG allocations will be adopted as part of the budget process, the annual budget process, and then funds will be available July 1st, with the exception of some of the ARPA funds, especially those for capital or type of equipment projects. Those can probably be released sooner than July 1st. The ones that are tied to more program implementation and that are tied to other funding streams, CDBG or CSG if they're partnered up, those will start July 1st. And then staff will work with each grantee to write a scope of work and a budget to incorporate into a grant agreement. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I will declare that the public hearing is now open and open up the public comment opportunity. And let's see. We
I'll
have a
touch
number.
base real quick. Yeah, we do have about 4 members in the audience that would like to speak in addressing item 8.3, but I do want to put out there to our Zoom attendees, now is the opportunity to use the raise hand feature in order to queue yourself up for item 8.3 into providing public comment. And then council Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were 2 written comments that were received in relation to item 8.3 prior that was circulated to full council and staff. But we'll start taking those speakers up for item 8.3.
Very good. We'll start off with the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center, followed by, is it Lana or Lana Sharir? Lana Sharir. And if I know I'm butchering it, I apologize.
Hello, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. We are representatives of Elk Grove Fine Arts Center. I'm Darcy, the gallery manager, and this is Margaret Munson, the president of our board. And we're a nonprofit community organization we're a gallery community-oriented gallery bringing art into our community. And we're located in Old Town Elk Grove, in the heart of Elk Grove. We're in one of the considerations for a CSD grant. But we're primarily here to voice our appreciation to the city and the city council, city representatives, and staff for their ongoing support of our organization. We just want to thank you for that. I wanted to share with you a couple of things that are very exciting for the gallery. This last month, on March the 16th through the 19th, we had a show. I don't know if you're familiar with the National Ceramic Council on Education for the Ceramic Arts that happened in the Sacramento region. We were called by the NCECA organization to be one of the venues for that show, and we had 2 very prestigious shows at our gallery, and I just want to thank you for supporting us because the organization has been recognized by the city and the rest of the community. And we're also doing an event coming up April the 30th. It's called our first annual Festival of the Arts. And it's going to be hosted and partnered by the city of Elk Grove. We're going to use the Old Town Plaza for this event. We're going to have 20 to 30 artisan booths. We're going to have musicians that are local. School of Rock is going to perform. Greg Mendoza is going to perform. There's a couple other local artists, musicians that will perform. And we also are going to have a citywide high school and elementary school art show, and it is called Explorations of Art. We're going to have 9 high schools and 9 elementary schools showing at this event. And we're going to have authors there as well. So our idea is to make this an annual event where all forms of art can be enjoyed by the city. So again, with your help, we have been able to bring to the community events such as these. So we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you. Next up is Lana Shearer.
My name is Lana Shearer.
Thank you.
I am a very proud Elk Grovian. I've been here for 20 years now. I'm a business owner, but most importantly, I'm a parent. I am the proud parent of 2 boys, one of which is very active in the theater community. And so I am here to advocate for funding for Musical Mayhem Productions, which has just served this community so well, and of course my son in particular, but so many children in our community. Anne Marie Pringle, who's the owner, would be here right now, except for she is currently teaching a class and teaching my child for the upcoming productions. And the pandemic was incredibly difficult for all of the children in Elk Grove. And especially for the theater kids, the isolation, not having their social outlet. Theater kids are outgoing kids. They need that interaction. They need to be part of something. And being so isolated, they struggled significantly. But Anne Marie and her program, she did everything she could to provide them access to some type of community. So many Zoom programs that she put on. We did parking lot, programs where everyone was in masks and they had to stay, at least 6 feet away, and she would film it. She's just amazing. She pours her heart and soul and blood, sweat, and tears into these kids. There is no one else who just does so much for these children, and you can see it in the performances. Hopefully, all of you will come to the performances. We have one coming up at the beginning of May. It is Addams Family. I don't know if you were able to see Chicago recently, but it was fantastic. It was a Broadway Stars production. But these children are learning so much from these theater programs. I mean, kids that do theater are, they excel academically, they excel socially. It improves their anxiety. It's so good for their mental and physical health. And we really need that right now in particular. I know that I think $17,000 has been allocated in the budget right now for MMP, and Anne Marie is incredibly grateful for that. I did notice this in the report that there's additional ARPA funds that might be available to those that have been more significantly impacted by the pandemic, and I'm not sure of others in our community, but our children who have been severely impacted by the pandemic. So I am here to advocate for as much funding for MMP as humanly possible on behalf of our kids of Elk Grove. And again, very appreciative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Veronica Piazza, followed by Diane Lampy.
Good evening. I just want to say I've enjoyed myself listening to everything going on in redistricting, and the kids that came from Cosumnes Oaks especially, that's where my kids are. So I was very impressed by them. I'm also here on behalf of Musical Mayhem Productions. My son has been involved with this program since he was 9 years old. He's 16. And we are very grateful for you guys, the continued support of Musical Mayhem Productions in Elk Grove. We are in Old Elk Grove, and I just want to say that throughout the country during the pandemic, we've kind of had children all around the country with developing a lot of depression, a lot of mental health issues, and committing suicide, things around the country. And the one thing I know with my son and a lot of the children at Musical Mayhem Productions is that this is their second home. This is a place where they feel included. And my son, I spoke to the council before, has suffered through middle school, through actually elementary through middle school, bullying because of his love for theater. And so finding Musical Mayhem Productions has been a great opportunity for him, and he has just thrived. Musical Mayhem Productions, they introduce them to everything about theater. They participate every year in a junior theater festival, which was just here a few weeks ago in Sacramento, where a lot of playwrights from New York come. And our children here in Elk Grove, the Musical Mayhem Productions, won quite a few awards. They had the opportunity to perform on the Music Circus stage. And my son and another one of the children there were interviewed. And the one thing they said was, it was really hard for them to be away from something that gave them purpose, somewhere where they can feel there's someone that is like me, someone that loves theater, someone that is a theater kid and is not going to be bullied about it. And these children are some of the most amazing, talented kids. And it just brings me to tears when I watch them perform, because they're just truly amazing. So I just want to say thank you for the amount that you have given them and continued support. And I just wanted to come here and just let you know how much that means to me as a parent, to see my son still able to do it. Musical Mayhem Productions during the pandemic was really struck hard, and so we all had to come together to try to keep their doors open, where there are a lot of theater companies around the country who have closed. And so I just want to say thank you again, and hopefully everybody here will come to their shows. And we have children from the ages of 4 on up to 19, and I think we have one coming up with 4 to 10-year-olds, Guys and Dolls. And it's the best thing for having the youth perform, but we have our teenagers that teach the 4-year-olds and the 10-year-olds. So there's just so much growth, and it's just a blessing to watch. So I hope to see you all there, and thank you again.
Thank you. Next up, Diane Lampy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Diane Lampy, and I'm the Elk Grove Heart Homeless Assistance Resource Team Board President. I know most of you. I wanted to take this opportunity tonight to express my appreciation for your support of the innovative and supportive efforts of the organizations, of which we have many in our city that do really wonderful work, and the support of the recommendations for the grant funding that supports us and helps us do what we do. With COVID and the resulting changes in the housing market in Elk Grove and the Sacramento region, Elk Grove Heart receives many more emails and phone calls asking for housing resources than we ever have in the past. We've always received a lot, but the numbers have really grown. We take very seriously our vetting of those calls and those emails and making sure that those folks are referred to the appropriate resources for them. So our CSG grant funding that supports our partnership, our CSG grant funding supports our partnership with CCSD, in which we share some administrative assistant time. This is a small amount of funding that ups that time for us with the administrative assistant. And although it may seem like a small thing in the picture of the big city, for us, it makes all the difference in us being able to do what we do with the utmost of integrity. So I really kind of took this opportunity because of that little piece we're getting right now to just come up and say how thankful we are for your ongoing support of all that our organization is doing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll switch over to our Zoom platform. There's a few hands raised there.
Indeed, we do have a few speakers, so we'll start pulling them into the environment, and just let me pull myself out of this environment and into that one so that we have this going.
Jason, I just want to do a sound check before I bring the caller in.
Sounding great. Please bring them in.
Kat Fithian, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm Kat Fithian. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Uplift People of Elk Grove. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that builds intentional community around people who are working towards more abundant lives. We have appreciated the financial assistance the City of Elk Grove has given us over the last 4 years, and we're asking for more this year. Because of this ongoing support, many of you already know about Uplift People of Elk Grove, but for visitors in the room and others, I just want to give a brief overview. We help families and individuals find educational, emotional, and relational support as we all work together to become better at living in our society. We have a curriculum that lasts about 9 months, provides a holistic set of facilitated learning sessions to improve all aspects of one's life: physical, emotional, financial, educational, relational, you get it. During the following curriculum, we break up into small groups for more personal interaction, support, and mentoring. With over 40 volunteers from around the community, we are able to do a great deal of work with only one paid staff. Over the last year, even though we had almost completely on Zoom, and we've now just recently begun hybrid meetings, we have graduated our 4th cohort of participants, and we've seen our participants achieve many goals, including the following: getting a car, increasing or starting savings, working through the long process of replacing Social Security card and green card, moving into more stable and healthy housing, gaining stable employment, starting or returning to higher education, overcoming addiction, and reconnecting with family after years of estrangement. And that's just a small piece of the things that have happened in our small community. This year, we plan to start our 5th cohort and continue to work with those who have already graduated from our curriculum. We continue our educational and goal-focused meetings and support for as long as people wish to continue with us. Some people stay on to volunteer long after they've graduated from the first phase. The work we do at Uplift People of Elk Grove is a long game. We can't change ourselves in a day, nor can any of us really change in isolation. The community we have built at Uplift has been growing and improving each year. More than just weekly meetings and meals that we share. We also have open and active communication with one another and support happening daily. We've seen people's lives change, children doing better in school, families getting out of debt, and people starting their own businesses. To run this program, as I mentioned, we have a large group of faithful volunteers, and we also get funding from some private and business grants, as well as from you people, the city and the county. We have requested $25,000. I see that we've been recommended to get 15, which is really helpful to us. Any support that you can give is greatly appreciated. Thank you for listening and for your continued support. Uplift People of Elk Grove.
Thank you so much. We'll go on to our next caller.
Justin Raga, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. My family and I have been residents of Elk Grove since 2008, and we love seeing the new positive developments around our city, regardless of district lines. Rebounding from the pandemic has been tough on everyone, especially nonprofits. Piggybacking on Lana's comment, the nonprofit Musical Mayhem Productions is so appreciative of the city's support. This is the only youth theater group in the area, and it provides the community with quality productions while also offering a unique master academy where students can develop their skills in acting, dance, vocal, and social emotional wellness with quality instructors. The students are provided with opportunities to participate in the junior theater festivals locally and across the nation, just like Veronica said, where students of MMP have been recognized with outstanding productions. Since Elk Grove has no theater venue yet, which would generate more revenue than not having a theater, we've had to be creative in finding art spaces. We usually rent out the Elk Grove School District high school theaters, but ever since COVID, no shows could be performed there. So we've had to outsource to the greater Sacramento area, which our next show coming up is Guys and Dolls, like was mentioned earlier, and it's happening this Friday at the 24th Street Theater. Hopefully Elk Grove theaters will be in use very soon. In the meantime, since Musical Mayhem Productions continues to positively impact our youth, it would be in our community's benefit to add to the maximum funds allowed, especially with the CSG allocation increase. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do we have any others?
And we do not have the raised hand feature being used for any of our attendees in the Zoom environment. That'll conclude public comment on item 8.3.
All right, then I'll go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing is closed. And open it up for our council discussions here, and we'll start to the left.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may, I know that Councilmember Spees has a conflict on the rent and for rent item. And in looking over the use of the funding, the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center, while there's not a conflict for me, they are tenants of ours in our shopping center. And they
Okay.
call out using these funds to cover lease costs. So I think out of an abundance of caution, I will step outside as well.
Okay,
So Mayor,
for that item.
For that item, so the way we'll do this, as we've historically done this, is the two council members will step out and encourage the council to make the allocations while they're out of the room first, tentatively, and then when they come back, you can do the rest of the allocations.
All right, we'll start off with those. Okay, Councilmember Nguyen.
Sorry, I'm looking over. So it's the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center and running for Rats, right? Yes. Yeah, you know, I'm good with the amount of funding we have allocated for them. We know them both very well. I've been really involved in some of the events they've done in the community and appreciate what they've brought to our city here. And so I would move to accept the the recommended amount by staff.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we can bring them back in.
And just as a note, as we're doing that, I just want to acknowledge both the organizations running for Rhett and Elk Grove Fine Arts Center for all the work you both do in our community. Thank you very much.
All right, so we'll still start to the left here with Councilmember Hume on the remaining items. Any comments, questions, all that stuff?
No, just that I want to congratulate Kat Fithian for perfectly timed comments. I mean, she wrapped up right at the 3-minute mark. It was unbelievable. Probably couldn't do it twice if you tried, but anyway, every year I just appreciate the work that staff does of really sort of separating the wheat from the chaff for us and coming forward with a recommendation that is actionable, that we could still argue over, I'm sure, and try and reallocate funds here and try and get this organization more funds or other funds or whatever else. And, you know, at the end of the day, for me, I've become resolved with the fact that it's easiest just to sort of accept the expert recommendation, if you will, and let it go at that.
So is that a motion in there?
I'd be happy to make that motion, but I did just
It's
want
more
to
of a
point out one
direction,
thing
yeah.
Relative to the folks at Musical Mayhem Productions, which is an outstanding program, by the way. They brought up something about the inclusion of these kids participating in that theater, and I saw an interesting thing the other day. It said, diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and
Oh.
belonging is a feeling. And so I think that's
Well,
pretty
that needs to be a
neat quote.
poster somewhere. Somebody make that happen. That was great. Councilmember Vice Mayor.
That's okay.
Kim.
That's all right.
I try to
Thanks,
go
Mayor.
second to last, but we'll just go down the aisle.
Okay. You know, I'll just echo what Councilmember Hume mentioned. It's so hard to, there's just, as usual, there's not enough resources to go around. And I think that the two organizations, while my colleagues are out of the room, but I'll take this opportunity to express my gratitude and thanks to everybody on here that all the work that you do to make this community better and support our community. It does take a village, and all the work that you do is so greatly appreciated. If we had more, of course, we would give it to you. I want to acknowledge Alicia Tutt and her staff and her team in the work, and I know Sarah, you help out as well. Thank you both for your hard work in trying to analyze everybody's work requests. Trying to make sure that we're using our monies in the best way possible, and of course within legal means. There's a lot of work that is into what you do. And then finally, I just want to first I want to acknowledge what Councilmember Hume mentioned, Musical Mayhem, the work that they do, and then what Kat Fithian called in Uplift. That's an important organization, and I think we need to pay more attention to. You know, as we deal with housing, unhoused homelessness, we talk about, you know, not just folks that are currently homeless, but the ones that are right on that verge. And if we can do anything we can to give someone the help, the ones that are living on the edge, ones that might need a little more coaching, maybe just support so that they can continue school or get to work. That's an organization that I think we need to strongly look at and support going forward. But again, I know we're challenged with resources, and I'm not going to suggest a change today, but I just think we need to pay attention to that so that we're not just dealing with folks after they've become homeless. Thank you.
Excellent points. Councilmember Spies.
Yes, so I would like to thank Ms. Tutt. I appreciate it. Never an easy job, I'm sure. I always enjoy this meeting where we have all these, where all the nonprofits come together, because it almost feels like you have all the saints in the room, right? Or all the saints are represented, you know. So I thank you for being here. I thank you for being on Zoom this evening. So, you know, I support, as staff has presented. One of the things I would like to piggyback on Councilman Soon a bit, excuse me, Vice Mayor Soon. I'm getting it wrong here. That's 2 strikes today, right? But you know, a lot of times we try to do good things for people. Right, we want to, you know, we do a little program so that somebody can learn how to go fishing, or we do those little things. What I like about Uplift Elk Grove is that they're working to try to get the family unit to a better place. So it's not a patch, so that it's a program to move the whole unit forward, because that's you know, that's the path out of poverty. Is the movement of the entire family unit. So with that, I accept the recommendations and I thank you very much.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Thank you, Mayor. So as a nonprofit operator, I truly appreciate the work that you all do. I know how tough it is to have to make payroll, to have to pay for the rent. We're a business that sells free stuff that we give to the community. So we have to search for funding that's available so we can continue to serve the community. And COVID didn't help us at all because we had to find ways to be creative in serving the community. And while many folks were able to work at home or many folks were able to shut down, we couldn't do that. We had to stay strong. We had to be out there so that we can serve this community that needed us more than ever. I wish we had more money to give everybody the amount that they need, because I know you need it. I know that you would do good with it. But we had to do the best that we can with this. I'm so proud to see the amount of nonprofit organizations in our city that is serving our community. When I first got on the council, I didn't see very many, and it's growing. And that makes me happy because we know that our community is in need of it. And now they don't have to go elsewhere. They can get the service and the resources and the assistance right here in our city. And to the Vice Mayor's point about certain programs where they're at the cusp of falling, I know that all too well, that there are certain programs where you have to be in foreclosure or you have to be almost homeless in order for you to gain access to it. And that's a whole different conversation that needs to change at the state level, where we need to assist folks where they're almost there so that they don't get behind. Because once they get behind, there's so many other barriers that we have to help them. And at that point, there's not enough services to get them back up again. So I appreciate everything that you're all doing. I truly do. As somebody who knows that the work never ends, I appreciate the fact that you are here in our city providing this to our community. Musical Mayhem is one that I look forward to hearing every single year. I remember when they first showed up and there was no funding for them. And I believe it was Councilmember Pat Hume that raised the issue and had us find ways to take from every organization and give to you all. But what I saw was there was no organization that fought that, and they were all supportive of it. And I'm really happy to see that they continue to be in this funding cycle and that we continue to support what you do for the families and for the kids and whatnot. And so I'm supportive of this. I hope that we can find ways to find other funding to be able to fund our community. I'm looking at our city manager because I know there are ways where we can get other funding to our city here so that we can put it out there for our community. But the other thing that I want to also let you know is that I've been working with Miss Sarah Bontrager on finding ways where we can assist many of the nonprofits here find other grant opportunities. There are so many foundations that are out there. There are county, city, federal funding that you all can apply for and that you don't have to rely on this, and that we're looking to do some type of a workshop to assist you and get you to that point where you can apply for some of these funding that is needed. And so I look forward to seeing you. I think Ms. Bontrager and I were talking about doing a workshop here for the nonprofits in our community. Many of you that are new and are not used to getting federal, state funding and foundation funding in other areas, and I'd love to assist in that and just walk you through that process so that you can look at other funding that's available instead of relying on the city funding here. So yes, I support this. I second it if there wasn't a second already.
Thank you to my colleagues, all excellent points. This is obviously hard because we would love to give more money to all of you. So many deserving nonprofits. And I really appreciate the city taking a leadership role in providing resources for visual and performing arts, because that is so sorely underfunded everywhere. And during my times as a school board trustee, I'm proud to have been a champion at the time to expand funding and even creating a new position. Because like some of the parents mentioned, this is a lifeline for so many of those students. Not all students, my son included, were meant to participate in sports. So music, theater, and so many others in the performing arts, it provided another outlet, another family in those critical formative years. So I just really do appreciate the city stepping up, particularly in the visual and performing arts area. As it relates to the other nonprofits, I wish we had a blank check and we could meet all of those needs, but we can't. But I am proud that the vetting process, and want to thank you, Alicia Tutt and Sarah Bontrager, for your role in going through this very difficult process in allocating resources. I know how hard that would be, and making sure that all of the guidelines are being met so that it makes it easier for all of us. And so many of these nonprofits are near and dear to my heart. I've served on the boards of 2 of them. And I will do COVID impacted everybody. It impacted your ability to raise money, doing events, fundraisers. It impacted so many. None more so than I would say the Elk Grove Food Bank, because the clientele went up dramatically. My first years being on the school board or as a board member for the food bank, and the clientele now is so different. My eyes were wide open during the turkey drive and just seeing the face. There are neighbors. There are people you wouldn't think that need that extra help. And so I want to thank all of our nonprofit leaders, but really recognize those essential services, because hunger is essential. Clothing somebody, feeding someone, giving them hope. I want to thank you, Marie Giacchino, for somebody mentioned saints in the room. There are a lot of saints here, but you do tremendous work, like so many of you, but really to continue to serve our community of need with the limited resources that you have. If there is anything extra, I would say I would love to see some additional funding go there if we can, but I accept staff recommendations as presented, and know that there's tremendous work ahead for all of our nonprofit leaders. Please consider us all great supporters and champions for all the work that you do. You really make our community a better place, and you take on your roles where government can't be there to fix all of those things. So thank you all for doing what you do. So we have consensus here accepting staff recommendations. Thank you, everyone. Is there anything else that you need? Are we good?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. All right, then with that, we will go on to our next item. Flipping a few pages ahead here.
We'll actually advance us out of our public hearings and head us over to section 9, our regular agenda action items and recommendations. And that item, first one, is 9.1, to receive an update on the zoo in Elk Grove project, including the feasibility study and economic and revenue impact analysis. Consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to the exclusive negotiation agreement with the Sacramento Zoological Society, and directing the city manager to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Sacramento Zoological Society.
All right, welcome, Mr. Jordan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Give me just a moment. Okay. There we go. Again, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Christopher Jordan will be presenting this item on behalf of staff. I'll be joined in a little bit by Jason Jacobs of the Sacramento Zoological Society and Rick Biddle of Relevant Strategies and Solutions, who will help with the feasibility presentation that's embedded in tonight's slide deck. But just real quick, some orientation for the item. We've got a lot to go through this evening because this is a very large and complex project, but it is by no stretch of the imagination the end of the road, if you so desire. This is simply looking at the feasibility, what it would take to bring such a facility to Elk Grove. We're not asking for direction to approve a project tonight, rather we're asking for a step in the process. So what we'll be asking at the end is for authorization to extend the exclusive negotiation agreement with the Zoological Society for an approximately additional 60 days through the end of May, and that will allow staff time the ability to negotiate what we're calling a memorandum of understanding with them to look at the details of moving into the next step in the process, and we'll talk about what that involves in a moment. I'll start with a little bit of background, including why a zoo and some of the research that staff's been doing over the last 6 months. As you may be aware, the Sacramento Zoo was formed initially by the city of Sacramento at its current location in about 1927 on just over 4 acres in Land Park. This is off of Interstate 5 at Sutterville Road, for those that aren't familiar with it. Over the succeeding decades, the zoo was ultimately expanded to its current size of just under 15 acres. They house about 433 animals across 110 species. For a sense of context and character about what that 15 or so acres or 14.7 acres looks like, the average elementary school in Elk Grove is about 10 acres in size. So it gives you a real sort of sense of what that looks like. In about 1997, the city transferred the operations and mechanics of the zoo to a nonprofit, the Sacramento Zoological Society, who we have the exclusive arrangement with this evening. They operate the zoo as an accredited facility under the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, or AZA, and that accreditation is important because, as has happened over time, standards for animal habitats have changed. They require additional space, additional amenities and facilities in order to house and take care of those animals, and ultimately it's required the expansion of those habitats and ultimately expansion of the facilities. The city of Sacramento's studied this for a number of rounds over several decades. They've concluded on several occasions that expansion at the Land Park facility is not viable. There are impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. There's an elementary school behind the facility. There's existing sports parks around it as part of the Land Park complex. So really there's just no availability to do that expansion, and certainly no availability to provide more parking. The city's also studied a number of other sites around their jurisdiction, and as of last year had not identified a new location for them in the city. So last year, the Society approached Elk Grove to discuss opportunities for potential development of a zoo in Elk Grove. In September of last year, we executed that exclusive negotiation agreement, giving ourselves mutually about 6 months to investigate opportunities. So really tonight is the conclusion of that process and an opportunity for those next steps. Through the process, we've done some investigation on potential sites. As you're aware, we've identified an approximately 100-acre site down off of Cammer as a candidate location. And last month, you directed staff to go ahead and complete the purchase of that property, which we're working on doing in the next couple of weeks. That property could be put forward to the zoo site if you ultimately select, or it could be put towards other purposes that could be decided at a later date. So no decisions on the application have been made completely yet. I'll talk for a moment about why zoos matter. There's a number of reasons, and I won't steal all the thunder from Mr. Jacobs when he gets up in a moment, but just to set the stage a little bit, certainly zoos have a big character and importance from a conservation perspective and an education perspective. They provide an opportunity for local residents to see these animals, to understand the context and character and the spaces that they come from, and why conservation of their habitats, conservation of their species are important in the role they play in the larger ecosystem of the planet. From an educational perspective, this extends not just to the K-12 system, but also to higher education. The Sacramento Zoo enjoys a unique partnership with UC Davis and their veterinary program that you'll hear more about later this evening. And finally, from a recreation perspective, I think this is some really interesting statistics that we mentioned in the staff report. According to the American Zoological Society, more than 183 people visit zoos and aquariums in the United States annually, which is more than attend all 4 of the major sporting leagues, professional sporting leagues annually across the country. I'll also note from a local perspective in our 2021 National Community Survey, which you heard about at your last council meeting, only 43% of Elk Grove residents rated the city favorably as having opportunities for activities and events, and that there's the need for more family-oriented activities is a frequent resident concern that we hear consistently across the community. There are also a number of city goals and programs that a potential project like this could align with. You're aware of the council's 4 primary goals. This aligns with one of those, the goal of a vibrant community. It provides an opportunity to attract an expansion of a nonprofit business, enhances visitor experiences to residents and visitors to our community, and has an opportunity to provide for high-quality architectural design and amenities within the community. From an economic development perspective, and I won't spend a lot of time on this tonight, but certainly the amenities for lifestyle component that a facility can provide, visitation, both for residents locally within the greater region and those that may be traveling to or from the region, marketing and branding opportunities for the city across the region and the state, and certainly the regional leadership opportunity that this project would play. Leading up to this, staff and certainly several of you were able to join us on a couple of site visits and conduct some research. We went to 3 facilities, certainly the Sacramento Zoo is one, but also the facilities in Fresno and Houston. Some of the key findings that came out of that, and you can see photos of our visits here, Fresno at the top, and then the middle and lower ones at Houston. There are a variety of species that are available for the public to see and learn about education on, and these are species you wouldn't normally encounter in your day-to-day lives that you really read about in textbooks. There's a great educational opportunity. Zoos provide great conservation opportunities in connection with conservation programs around the world. There is an extended visitor pool when it comes to these, and you can hear about that a little bit about Sacramento and where they draw from, upwards of Reno and Redding, certainly. We saw that with Fresno, all the way up to sort of Stockton, as far south as Bakersfield, all the way out to the coast, sort of large attraction pools that come with these facilities. Interesting in terms of the Houston example, they're embedded within a larger neighborhood and urban district. You can see in that lower slide the high rises of the medical complexes that are on the south side of that facility. So really interesting to see that dynamic. And thinking about in the context of what we're trying to do with the Camera Road Urban Design Study, there are certainly some parallels there. So I'll jump ahead and go ahead and introduce Jason Jacobs and Rick Biddle to talk about the feasibility study itself.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm Rick Biddle, Managing Partner of RS&S. And it was really our pleasure to, 1, come tonight to present the plan, and 2, it was really an honor to work with Jason and his team to create this feasibility study. I just share with you, I think that some of you know this, but you're really making history because it's been over 35 years since a new zoo, AZA accredited zoo, has been built in the United States. So you're part of history in this environment and creating a very, very extraordinary opportunity here. As you saw in the feasibility, it's a 55-page report. Good news is I'm not going through 55 pages, but we'll touch on some of the highlights. I'll let Jason really talk about the animals because that's what it's really about, is the animals. And then I'll come back and talk about the financial side, the CapEx and the operational side. But I just think it's important for you to know that there's been a lot of detail that's been presented. We look forward to, over the coming months, is continuing to update the feasibility study, both from a CapEx and from an operating side, because we haven't started design. It's a feasibility study. And so we've had to make a number of assumptions that are based on baselines, based on benchmarks that are out there. And so that's what you see in the document. But we're very excited about the opportunity that Jason and his team have created. I'll let Jason talk about his vision, talk about the animals and the priorities that come with it.
How do I control this?
Oh, it's, I think it's...
Oh, right here. All
yeah,
right.
just space.
Good evening. Thank you. So Rick detailed a little bit about the feasibility study. As he said, my name is Jason Jacobs. I'm the director of the Sacramento Zoo. Really, the key priorities for the new zoo are best practices in animal care and conservation featuring iconic animals. And they're animals that resonate within the hearts and minds of all of us. Lions, tigers, rhinoceros, in the state of California, grizzly bears, and even elk, right? But the truth of the matter is that if we didn't have zoos today, we would need to invent zoos because animals such as rhinoceros are being poached. And truly, the only saving grace for these animals will be zoos, good zoos in the future. We're going to need more good zoos, more and more, and the ability to save animals and inspire and educate people. So we've created a plan that has the critical mass to attract 1 million visitors in the first year. We've been very thoughtful as to the components that we've put together for this plan, and I'm going to detail some of these amenities and animals for you. I should let you know that this is not a complete zoological list of the animals that would be in the first phase or the experiences. We're just touching on broad scopes on what we think, and having surveyed many community members, what folks want to see when they come to a zoo, and really making it unique and different. And Rick went over some of these highlights, as did Christopher. But fun and unique visitor experiences, exciting animal collection with the return of iconic animals that we've had to lose at the current site, like our hippos, like our grizzly bears, like our tigers. State-of-the-art animal care facilities, because it's about the best care of those animals. If you take the best care of the animals, your public, you can't help but make them happy. Engaging educational programs for students of all ages. We have Little Peeps programs at the Sacramento Zoo, and we also train more zoo veterinarians than any other program in the world. So from elementary, preschool kids all the way to university level, we have a wide array of education programs, and we can only do more if we're given a larger site. Compelling conservation initiatives, I talked about that a little bit, about how many of the animals that people are familiar with, like lions and tigers, are facing incredible challenges in the wild. And even here in our own backyard, there's little species like the western pond turtle and the giant garter snake that the Sacramento Zoo is involved with, that we have conservation programs. A new site will allow us to do much more for conservation and further engage the community to make a difference for conservation. And finally, we don't want to create an old style zoo. We don't want rows of cages or hoofstock pens or grottos. We want to create meaningful, impactful experiences for our guests that inspire and educate to take action for conservation and to grow stewardship of the natural world. And that's where we look at innovative dining, entertainment, and play, where we're going to have people, we're going to help them learn and care. Sometimes they're not going to realize it till after they left the zoo, but if we do this right, they'll have that aha moment where they're learning when they experience the new zoo. So I'm just going to detail a couple of the amenities. Obviously, we would need an entrance with parking lot, and an entrance that is designed to handle 1.2 million visitors a year. This will be the start of your adventure in Elk Grove as you visit what our goal is to build the best zoo in Northern California, one of the best zoos in the United States, but certainly the best in this region. We already host over 500,000 visitors consistently at the current site. We feel this site will attract 1 million visitors, and you'll be able to purchase your ticket or scan your ticket on your phone, sign up for a safari tour, and enjoy potential animals in the front entry complex, like a walk-through aviary for flamingos and other birds from around the world, perhaps giant tortoise, alligators, and other animals, but really designing a entrance that sets the stage for the adventures to come. And the biggest adventure will be right beyond the front gate, and this will be a vast African savanna. Many zoos have African savannas, and what will separate ours from the other zoos is that this will be a bit larger, but also it will be programmed much more than other African savannas at other zoos. I'll talk a little bit about those program spaces, but you can see there's a whole medley of animals in this, from rhinoceros to Adax, eland, giraffe, wildebeest, pelican. There's a whole variety of animals that we can have. And to give you an example, the current giraffes have about 13,000 square feet at the Sacramento Zoo. We're looking at this plan for at least 130,000 square feet, or roughly 3 acres, if not more, for these animals. And it's about best practices. So obviously the African savanna, when you go on safari, you'd see other animals in adjacent habitats, predators. We have to keep predators separate from prey, but it's enriching for the prey to view these species. Or the predators to view the prey, sorry. Get a little excited, as you can see. There's lions, meerkats, African wild dogs and cheetahs. Our climate is perfect for all of these animals. Our climate is very similar to the climate you would experience if you were to go to the continent of Africa and many of the sub-Saharan countries where you go on safari. And yes, lions are popular, and so are cheetahs and African wild dogs. But African wild dogs, there's less than 5,000 left in the wild. Lions have undergone a 50% population drop in the last 30 years. Once again, there is no such thing as true wild. Animals like lions only live in managed areas in Africa, in game reserves. That's it. And so this is another example of why zoos are important. As I mentioned before, there would be a variety of herbivore and hoofed animals and some feathered animals like ostrich and perhaps crowned crane and Stanley crane, but zebra, antelope, gazelle, rhinoceros, zebra. And in addition to seeing these grassland animals, you'd get to spend the night at the zoo. We would build a camping site, somewhat glamping, just like you would experience on an African safari. Tented camps where school groups, scouting groups, tour groups, maybe corporate business retreats could spend the night at the zoo overlooking the African savanna. They wake up for breakfast and the animals are passing by their porch. And this is an amenity that, if built into this experience, will draw people to Elk Grove because it's something different that cannot be done at any other public zoo in this region. We want to talk about animal encounters. People love feeding the giraffes at the current zoo. We would have that at the new zoo, but we're planning to be able to give the giraffes much more space and to accommodate a much larger herd. We're already working with the Association of Zoos and Aquariums to build out the herd, to plan that. We also want to plan a rhinoceros encounter. As many of you met rhinoceros on our study trips to other zoos, this can be safely done. And the most important thing that people can take away from encountering a rhinoceros is that, unfortunately, these animals are being poached into extinction in some of the best protected and well-funded national parks in the world, in South Africa, for instance. Zoos offer hope. And when children especially meet an animal like a rhinoceros and touch its skin and get to feed it, they're going to care and they're going to make a difference for wildlife. Rhinos are an animal that the Sacramento Zoo has never had in its 95-year history. We have the right climate, we have the medical partnership with UC Davis, we can make a difference and house Northern California's largest herd of rhino and really make a difference for this species. The Safari Lodge would be another amenity of the first phase. It would most likely be incorporated into the front entrance and be a major event center that can accommodate 400 to 500 individuals for a special event, whether it's a State of the City annual address or a visiting convention or parties, quinceañeras, bar bat mitzvahs, weddings, whatever you can think of. This will be a unique events venue that overlooks a savanna with animals. We could also have it open at night for dining opportunities. The Zoo of the Future is extending its hours, where on peak evenings we could be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and you'll get to see animals that are nocturnal like lions being active at night and getting a dining experience like no other. Some of the special animals that we are thinking about for the first phase, obviously the okapi, which many of you are familiar with. Sacramento Zoo is the home of the first okapis in Northern California in over 45 years. We're involved in the conservation of this species. They're only found in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the only reason there is a great program supporting this animal in the wild is because of zoos. I sit on the board, the conservation board of this animal, and every zoo that houses okapi donates funds to protect these animals in the wild in a holistic program that engages local youth and people and employs them. So this is an animal we would want to stick with. We're very proud of our conservation program with this species. Another animal would be the return of the river horse, the hippopotamus. Obviously, this delta is a region of rivers and freshwater deltas, and it looks almost exactly like the Okavango Delta in Botswana. This would set the stage to bring hippos back in underwater filtered viewing, so we're not wasting water. We're filtering it, we're reutilizing it every day, so you could see hippos underwater in a hippoquarium of sorts. And we could link this exhibit to smaller aquariums talking about The fish and the animals that live right here in the Sacramento Delta and the American River, and linking it into future phases for California exhibits. But the Sacramento Zoo housed hippos for over 40 years. It's the #1 animal that people ask for as to why we don't have hippos anymore. We don't have hippos because their pen was smaller than this council chamber. Gelada monkeys are another unique species that we're looking at. They're only found in the highlands of Ethiopia. The only zoos in the United States to care for these animals are the zoos in San Diego and Bronx. They're an animal which experiences extreme temperature, extreme differences every day of the year. Very cold nights, very hot days. For a new zoo that's being developed on a treeless site, these are great monkeys because they don't live in trees, they live in cliffs. And they sleep in ravines and mountain cliff sides at night, and we can mix them with other potential species like the ibex that you see on this slide, or perhaps klipspringer, warthog, dwarf mongoose, rock hyrax, perhaps even griffin vulture. There's a lot of species, and we can make this a compelling, really interesting exhibit and a large social troupe of primates. But when we talk about primates, we want to bring some other primates in. So perhaps squirrel monkeys and ringtail lemurs and other primate species. All primates move differently. There's knuckle walkers, there's vertical clingers and leapers, there are tree runners, and there's brachiators. And we want to design a playground. If we move forward with this project, we want to create a kids task force. Children of Elk Grove will help us design the best playground in the region, because this playground will be centered around primate exhibits and exhibits for other animals that move around. We want to get kids moving. We want them to learn about why they're moving in a certain way. We want them to get active. We want them to have a fun time, and we want this playground to be the playground for this region. That's how you get repeat visitors coming to the zoo. And of course, there would be seating adjacent to the playground for mom and dad or grandma, grandpa, whomever's bringing the kids to relax, have a drink, and enjoy themselves while the kids burn off some energy. It's almost a no-screen zone, which is a really great thing for kids. Technology is important, but we want kids active, and we want them learning. And the final component of the first phase would be a veterinary hospital. The Sacramento Zoo has had a longstanding partnership with UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine for over 50 years. Veterinary medicine for zoological parks was pioneered by Dr. Murray Fowler, who's no longer with us, a former board chair of the Sacramento Zoological Society. This is an incredible program, and just like at the current zoo, we would want to design this where people, our guests, school groups could come with STEM education and learn about veterinary procedures and watch this in action. We did this last Friday with a lion, and there were hundreds of people watching the lion get its checkup. This larger facility would allow us to train so many more veterinarians and really have a greater partnership with UC Davis. So those are some of the first component. And then we're looking at future phases that would include a California exhibit to rescue animals like grizzly bears and bald eagles. Every year we get the call to rescue these animals. We don't have the facilities. We would also use it as a head start for species like our local reptiles and amphibians and perhaps some fish, river otters, and we would find a way to get some elk in there because it is Elk Grove, right? So, you know, there could be an event center called the Elk Grove that overlooks Tule Elk. Asia is another phase 2 component. And that's where you might be able to find some apes such as orangutans or beautiful cats like tigers and hornbills and red pandas and leopards, Komodo dragons, pythons. The possibilities are endless. And finally, another phase 2 project would be Australia, where you could go down under and walk through a Australia farm surrounded by a mob of kangaroos, or go into a free flight aviary and feed colorful birds like rainbow lorikeets, and keep a safe distance from that fellow at the bottom, the double-wattled cassowary, one of the most dangerous animals, but still stunningly beautiful, yet a little dangerous at the same time. So they'd be in separate quarters. And that's the phases of the zoo. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Biddle.
I always hate following Jason and his level of enthusiasm, right? It's contagious. But what I'm going to quickly just talk about the site plan that's in front of you, and the nice colorful diagram on the left is provided by CJ and his team, but it identifies the site that's been looked at as we've been talking, it's 70 acres in total that's been allocated for the zoo. 60 acres of it's for exhibits and amenities and 10 acres for parking. The diagram on the right is a bubble diagram, and unfortunately, we're building the site from the south. That is the purple area at the entry to the north is how it gets developed. And it gets developed in two phases. The first phase being 41 acres, the second phase being the remaining 29. But you can see that the first phase is the entry in Africa and the support facility. So it's the, again, from the bottom of the site, the south side to the north. And phase two then has four key components that Jason just touched about from showing you some of those images. The nice thing about phase two, it doesn't have to be built in its entirety. It can be built in four separate phases. It will really come down to the funding as we look at funding going forward. But it allows us to move from the north to the south, move off the site in a very systematic way so that, again, the parking is to the bottom part of that. What shows on the far right-hand side is a green buffer so that we try to buffer the site from the surrounding community. But that's from the next phase, we'll begin to develop out the conceptual design and actually begin to program in more detail the actual use of the site. But that's as we look at it through the feasibility study, in developing the 60 plus 10 acres. I think I can quickly go through this, but it shows you just following on Jason's discussion here are the phase one animals and how they would fit within primarily the Africa. As you can see, there is almost 31 acres, so it's 31 of the 41 that are going to be developed. I think Jason touched on all of these, but we see them being programmed in and around the African sequence, and then the hospital would be support not only, the support would be for the hospital as well as all the maintenance and back of house amenities that are needed. And then the phase two, again, it's just a quick visual of the four components. As I mentioned, they can be done as one or can be done in phases as we continue to move through the site. I'm going to just touch on the CapEx, capital investment. Again, there's lots of detail within the report, but we see it as two phases. It will be a public-private partnership in the funding, so both the society and the city would be involved in creating the funding mechanism for the CapEx. In phase one, we looked at each one of those projects that Jason detailed for you. We did a benchmark study on each one of, so the entry, the African savanna, so forth, and we looked at three models for each of those, looked at the cost to create them when they were created, and then adjusted it to inflation, adjusted it to California pricing. So we created these, what we call ROMs, rough order of magnitude CapEx investments, but again, lots of detail in the report, but we used a number of the sites that the council had an opportunity to see both at Fresno and Houston. So there were some, you were able to connect the numbers to the investment side of it. Again, phase two was done the same way, where we looked at, in this particular case, two benchmark models for each of the four exhibits that are there, adjusted them to, looked at the investment that was made, when it was made, adjusted it to current dollars, 2022 dollars, and adjusted for California. What we've assumed throughout this is that the investment in California is about a 20% increase. So compared to exhibits that are built in other parts of the United States, we added 20% to allow for the additional permitting that takes place here in California. Okay. I'll just say total investment, you can see there is, we did it because it's a range, but phase one is projected midpoint at 174 million, phase two is $141 million. On the operating side, Jason touched on this. As we looked at the build-out of the 2 phases, we see a visitation base closer to a baseline of 1.1 million. We see in the first year exceeding 1.2 because of the buildup of excitement for this new zoo, and then stabilizing at around 1.1 million in those initial 5 years. Again, there's a lot of detail of where those visitations coming from. Successful zoos are built off of repeat visitation. So we anticipate that this community, both from its members and from its casual visitors, will be coming back. Because there are going to be lots of new things, lots of excitement, lots of experiences that you're going to have. I think some of the key elements that are programmed into the pro forma, the first one's really the important one, is that there's no operating support required in that pro forma. The operating pro forma shows about $25 million a year in operating revenues and expenses. But we do not see a requirement for the city of Elk Grove to provide operating support. Again, I just note that to give you a little bit of confidence, Jason and his team operate the current Sacramento Zoo at about 98%. They generate about 98% of their expenses are covered through revenues that they self-generate, either through the visitor or through member donor programs. So and again, that's off of 550,000 visitors on a 14-acre site. So there's a great deal of confidence there. The projections that, again, I just would touch on some of these, but we used benchmarks that deals with the metropolitan markets. So we looked at similar zoos with MSAs, similar to the Elk Grove area, and did the comparison, and that's where the 1.2 million visitors comes about from our study. We've assumed in our projections that the Elk Grove residents would have there'd be a membership program, that those residents of the city of Elk Grove would receive a discount from that membership program. We really think that's the strategy to get people to become members of the zoo and to support the zoo and come back and use the zoo, because it's really a very, very unique, special place. Again, we see just under 200 visitors, 200 full-time employees. Give you again a benchmark. Jason's facility in Land Park has about 87 full-time employees, so it's almost has 110 full-time employees. And then we continue, and we anticipate that the partnership with UC Davis Veterinary School continues. It's an important piece of the equation, and the invaluable services that they provide. And I would just say that I think as we've looked at the numbers and looked at it with Jason, looked at the city, I think that the numbers that you see, we feel very comfortable with. We see them as conservative numbers based upon, again, the benchmarks and the enthusiasm that's created around this zoo. And I think I'm done.
Madam Mayor, I'd use this opportunity to go ahead and dispense with the 10 o'clock rule.
Yes, let's do that now. Get a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Rick and Jason, for walking through this. I want to jump now to some economic analysis that we had commissioned to sort of understand broader than just the operational side and the construction side of the facility, what could the broader economic and community benefits to the project be to our community. This was a study prepared by Applied Economics, which is a firm that works nationally on a variety of projects to understand these ramifications. I want to highlight a couple of the things that are in the executive summary from that report. First off, total economic impact of the community over 5 years from the facility is over $220 million. Of that permanent full-time job staff, they would have annual payroll of between $12 to $13 million. So certainly an investment in the professional staff of the community. Additionally, the zoo does operate with a third-party concessionaire, which runs their food and beverage operation, as well as their sort of sales of goods and materials to the public, to visitors. So there's another 75 to 80 employees with that organization, with almost another $3 million in payroll there. All the vendor purchases, the employee spending, the visitor spending at the facility could potentially support almost another 140 jobs across the community and almost another $6 million in payroll annually just in Elk Grove. And there are, of course, other regional benefits that the report highlights as well. And then one-time construction impacts or opportunities there estimated over $268 million on about 1,875 total jobs in construction, with about a little over $100 million there in labor income. And then finally, visitor and employee spending from the zoo could generate an estimated $2.6 million in sales tax and transient occupancy tax revenues for the city over a 5-year period. So certainly a lot of broader benefits there. Which will then take us to the financing strategy. How do we look at moving forward with this project and bringing it up out of the ground? As Rick mentioned a moment ago, this is a public-private partnership. This would involve not just the city and the Zoological Society, but it would also involve the donor community, philanthropic organizations. You've heard about UC Davis, the concessionaire component. So a lot of different moving pieces in there as potential opportunities to work together on this facility. The feasibility study highlights that between $29 and $59 million from those third-party sources could potentially be leveraged for the project. That leaves about $115 to $145 million to get the phase 1 project up and out of the ground. We don't have a firm and full and complete financial plan in place that would come as part of the next phase of work, but opportunities to address those construction costs could come from a variety of sources. First and foremost, revenues produced by the zoo themselves. As I mentioned a moment ago, there's certainly the sales and the hotel taxes that could come from that facility. There are other related revenue sources, but there's also the potential for parking revenue. As we saw, particularly at the Fresno facility, they do charge for parking there. They're a little bit different in that the parking is collected solely by the city who operates the park that they're within. But here's a case where you could have parking charged for the customers or for the visitors to the facility, and that revenue could be put towards the construction. There are other one-time construction financing programs the city has at its disposal, including its capital reserve and economic development incentive funds that could be leveraged. And then finally, new revenue sources that are not required for ongoing city operations. And the big example here is our tax in lieu agreement with the Sky River Casino. There's a portion of those funds that are allocated exclusively for public safety and road maintenance, but there is an uncommitted portion to that agreement, and those dollars could be put towards this project. So we don't know ultimately what the full commitment could be from the city or what would be needed. That will come through more work as we go through these numbers, as we would get through the design, putting together a more complete financing plan. It would come from conversations with the donor community, from sponsorship opportunities to sort of round out those numbers and understand the needs more. So that would come later in that detailed financial plan. So certainly we would need to look at that and work through it more. But really, I think based upon the results that we're showing you this evening, the zoo appears financially feasible without diverting funds from other city priorities and services. And as Rick mentioned a moment ago, there's no anticipation of a city subsidy to the ongoing operating cost of the facility, which we consider to be a crucial piece to the puzzle in understanding if this makes sense to move forward. I'm going to touch real briefly on public engagement. Jason mentioned this a moment ago. Our initial efforts to date have included a website and an FAQ. We've had a mailing list set up, an email list. There's over 300 subscribers to it at this point. We continue to grow that. We continue to put information out on social media with regular updates on the project and push out those email blasts. We've been working with traditional media sources to get the word out about the project, and we look to continue those efforts going forward. I will note that we've had a variety of correspondence. We've been tracking this throughout the process. The staff report gives a little bit more detail to this than I'll go through tonight, but essentially a lot of questions. How long is it going to take to construct? How are we going to address traffic, parking, noise, odor issues that could come from the facility? How is it going to be financed? Why are particular animals being selected in various phases? And how would the site compare to other zoos around the country? We are noting in what we're tracking and the feedback we have been getting and what we've been seeing on social media is a lot of support from the Elk Grove community itself. Again, we'll continue to track that and look for opportunities for engagement with the community as we would move into design if that is your direction. So what would those next steps be? So what we're asking for this evening is the extension of the ENA, the exclusive negotiating agreement, that gives staff time to work with the society on a formal memorandum of understanding, which would outline the next steps of the design process, pulling together that detailed financial plan. We would start an environmental review process. We would answer a lot of those detailed questions. and ultimately come to a project that essentially is an entitlement project. We would have for you a district development plan, the use permits, all the components that go into approving a project, and again, that environmental review. And that would come together for your consideration through the normal process. In parallel, we would intend to bring a memorandum of agreement at that last step, where it would lay out who's responsible for construction, operation, long-term maintenance of the facility, how that financial arrangement would end up working, sort of the full details of what the agreement and what the operating characteristics would be. So a lot of work still to come at this point. So staff's recommendation is to do that extension to the ENA for until the end of May and direct staff to work on preparing the memorandum of understanding. That concludes our presentation this evening. Staff is available for questions.
All right, thank you, everyone. I will go ahead and open up the public comment opportunity. And we do have a number of speakers lined up.
Yeah, and just looking at our list in our audience, we have 9 speakers that are signed up currently, but this would be the process now where you could do the blue slips for signing up in person, but for our folks that are in the Zoom environment, now would be the opportunity to use the raise hand feature so we can start queuing you up for item 9.1. And with that, we'll start pulling up our first speakers.
All right, we're gonna start off with Elizabeth Stollard, followed by Walt Hess, and then Judy Parker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I've been paying attention. My name is Elizabeth Stallard. I am so very proud to be the president of the Sacramento Zoological Society's Board of Trustees, and I am thrilled to be here tonight to urge your acceptance of the staff recommendations being presented to you tonight. I have to tell you, it feels a little surreal to be here. My very first board meeting, I learned about the zoo's search for more space and need for more space and years of efforts unable to find it. And now, a short 12 years later, here we are talking about taking a next step toward making a new zoo a reality. Of course, you heard tonight, this is just the beginning. It's a first step. There are many questions to be answered. There's much more work to be done. However, this is also a critical milestone for the society and for a new zoo. And we are ready to answer those questions, and we are ready to do all that work, and we are ready to do whatever it takes to give the animals and the people of this region the new zoo that they deserve. Let me talk a little bit more about the we, or rather show you. If I could ask all zoo supporters to please stand up. The people standing behind me represent all of the wonderful parts of the Sacramento Zoological Society. Staff, docents, trustees, supporters, a few spouses, and of course, some of our best partners from UC Davis's School of Veterinary Medicine. On behalf of all of them, all of the zoo supporters that are here in person as well as on Zoom, our nearly 15,000 member households, the over 500,000 people who come to the zoo each year and make it the most popular cultural attraction in this region, I want to say, please accept the staff's recommendations, and I also want to say thank you. Thank you for your vision, thank you for your leadership, and most of all, thank you for your partnership. Because of you, the zoo has a future, and we can't wait to do great things together. Thank you.
Next up, we have Walt Hess, followed by Judy Parker.
Hi there, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, councilpersons. Thank you very much for this opportunity. A little bit about myself. I proudly live in District 4. I'm a resident of Elk Grove for about 11 years, and I'm a member of the Docent Society at the zoo. We have about 100 docents, 15 of whom are residents of Elk Grove, and I'm fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you want to look at it, to be the current president. And so given that statement, there's no secret that I am a strong supporter of a new zoo. I think if nothing else, it hits that point right there, that Elk Grove helps Elk Grove become a vibrant community. We have lots of assets here in the zoo, which is one more thing that I think would be wonderful. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank the council, the city staff, our trustees, our zoo staff, for the efforts that they put in over the past 6 months to bring this basically from an idea that started a long time ago, but not with Elk Grove, to this point tonight. It's truly phenomenal that this happened so quickly, and I understand it's just the first step, but I'm optimistic that you guys will support this and move this to fruition. I'm not going to belabor the point of the benefits to the city of Elk Grove. That's been well covered. It's impossible to follow Jason with his presentation. It's also impossible for me to listen to Jason's optimism and not also be optimistic about the future for our zoo. I want to talk just a second about where I sit at the zoo as a docent and some of the comments that people make. In the past 4 months, the second most popular comment that has been given to me by the public is, what's up with the zoo relocation? Now, you may not know what the number one question is of guests, but I guess you could probably guess. The number one question of all guests is, where are the toilets? So that kind of ties into a comment earlier tonight. But I like to change that conversation to why is the zoo moving to why is there a need for a new zoo? And I think that's well been talked about and delineated tonight, so I'm not going to belabor that. But all you have to do is come to the zoo and take a look at how the zoo impacts people. If you stand in front of our meerkat exhibit and spend 5 minutes watching the amazement on little kids' faces as those animals play in front of them. If you walk through the zoo and you hear our lion roar, you'll see people actually move from parts of the zoo to find out what that noise is all about. They're engaged. Likewise, when you come to the zoo and look at cheetahs, you can get up close and personal. As close as we are, sorry about that, turn your place up, closer than I am to you to cheetahs, and I think that's fascinating. So that's our existing zoo, but so much more is possible when this thing evolves. So I want to thank you very much for your support. I want to look forward to that time, hopefully in the not too distant future, where you guys, some of our trustees and our zoo staff, sticks that spade in the ground, turns over that first layer of dirt, and creates what I think will be the greatest zoo in North California. Thank you very much.
Next up is Judy Parker, followed by Michael Ziccardi, and then Randy Becker.
Before you go too far. Oh, you took one. It went all the way into the habitat there. All right. We might have to look into
Nice
that.
use of the word habitat.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna, pardon me, what I'm gonna do is just look underneath here, because it's gonna keep doing feedback as long as it's in there. I think you get the prize for the most enthusiastic panelist. For certain.
We were gonna buy a zoo, but we spent all our money on a mic.
I just paid my taxes.
I'm not sure if we can get this one turned off. I think that's our objective. What it'll do is it'll pick up the sound.
For all of you listening on Zoom.
Now's a good time to put it on mute.
Yeah. What we might do is just, well, I didn't fix anything. I'll leave it. Otherwise, I gotta go jump around inside of this place. So I'm not qualified to do it, I don't think. I think what we might be able to do.
You are truly talented, Jason. 1 minute, you're redrawing district maps, you're balancing, democracy, and then you're
We're trying.
driving the AV
We're
cart.
trying. I think what it is it's important to keep the mics away from each other, but I think if everyone focuses here, keep the kung fu down to a minimum, and I think we should adjust that a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Well, Walt is a hard act to follow. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Judy Parker. I live in Elk Grove. I am a zoo docent, and I'm a retired elementary school teacher. And I thank you all for your interest in building an amazing new zoo in Elk Grove. The job of zoos is not only conservation of the species, but education, and that starts with children. I'm often amazed at how much our young zoo visitors know about animals, but a lot of that knowledge comes from television. But seeing animals in their habitats means so much more. Children's expressions, their questions, their awe are amazing. Feeding the giraffes, touching the hand to giant paw with Kamal, a lion, as he sleeps in his sunny window, watching the antics of the otters and the ginnons are experiences you cannot get from a screen. Kids learn by doing, by seeing, touching, and listening. They are curious, but they are also sensitive and caring. They love the animals and they love learning about them. I often hear, "Thanks, that was interesting." And while it's easy to focus on kids, let's not forget our adult visitors. I'm frequently amazed to hear, "I didn't know that." When discussing animals that are endangered in the wild due to habitat loss or illegal hunting, visitors are grateful to learn that a portion of their zoo admission helps the conservation of species in the wild. To quote Jim Braheny of the Bronx Zoo, people need to appreciate how wonderful and magical nature is and why it is important to save it. Obviously, the old zoo, while much loved, is inadequate and outdated, and Elk Grove is in a unique position to provide a home for an amazing new zoo. This city's forward vision is remarkable. As a resident, I'm proud of the excellent school system, the lovely parks, an outstanding police force, recreational opportunities, meticulous city planning and growth, and a competent, responsive city government. This is truly a defining moment in this young city's history, an opportunity for Elk Grove to provide a home for a world-class zoo that will serve all of Northern California. I congratulate and thank all of you for your hard work, your vision, and your dedication to our community, and commend you for considering this stunning addition to our city. As Dr. Seuss says about any old zoo, they're awfully old-fashioned. I want something new. It's a natural for Elk Grove. Thank you.
I love that. Next up is Michael Zaccardi, followed by Randy Becker, and then Dominic Farina.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members, getting this right. My name is Michael Zaccardi. I'm a wildlife veterinarian. I'm on faculty at the UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine. I'm also the executive director of the One Health Institute, which is the home of the clinical veterinary programs that currently provide the Sacramento Zoo the vets that they so richly deserve. Unfortunately, our dean, Mark Stetter, was not able to make it tonight. He really wanted to because he is a zoo vet by training, but he did ask for me to read a letter of support in this proposal to you tonight. As Dean of University of California Davis School of Veterinary Medicine, I'm excited to express support for improvements to the Sacramento Zoo and a potential move to Elk Grove. The Sacramento Zoo and the School of Veterinary Medicine have been partners for many decades, helping to ensure the highest quality of veterinary care for the animals in the zoo. Prior to joining academia, I spent the majority of my career at a zoo and as a wildlife veterinarian working at several large institutions, including the Bronx Zoo, Central Park Zoo, New York Aquarium, and most recently at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Each of these experiences helped me understand the huge value that zoos have in today's society. From public education to beautiful recreational parks, these facilities have become an integral fabric in most urban settings. Modern zoos also provide a critical role in breeding and providing a wide variety of wildlife. They also provide an opportunity to us to understand the biology and care of the animals, including an endangered species. Zoos expose and educate the public to our natural world, while also carefully managing critically and endangered populations, not only within their walls, and through their networks and programs all over the world. The potential move of the Sacramento Zoo to Elk Grove would provide the greatly needed space to grow, allowing expanded efforts both for wildlife conservation as well as public education. The UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine looks forward to expanding and growing our collaborations with the Sacramento Zoo and the potential for upcoming improvements to the zoo. Now, for me personally, I've been in Davis since 1989. I was actually in the last veterinary class that Dr. Fowler trained at the Sacramento Zoo. So for me, I got my original training at the Sacramento Zoo as a veterinarian, and I pursued that in my career as a free-living wildlife vet. So I can think of no better way to continue pursuing that in a new zoo such as this. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next up is Randy Becker, then Dominic Farina, and Lynn Wheat.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. As most of you know, I spend a lot of time on the internet reading. Our residents love the idea. On many ventures, I argue over substance. People come back to the same thing. We want something for family. We want to do things for family. I have to stop and tell them we've got soccer fields and we got baseball fields. We got parks and we've got walking trails and we got green lines where I'd love to drive for bicycles. They still want family things. That's what the zoo brings. Sacramento has done a horrible job. I don't know how the political field can look in themselves any other way, because what they've done is outright disgusting. But we have a chance to carry that football to the end zone. And the only thing I will say leaving here is two things. First of all, that video presentation of the animals should be on the internet tomorrow. The second thing is this project needs to be transparent. Everything, every single cent. If you're going to charge me a dime, I want to know about it, because people's hearts will pay for that dime. But if you don't be honest about it, it won't be a yes, it'll be a hard no. And I'd like to see this built. I really would. It would be a great, great, great project, along with other projects that are in the pipeline that would help make our city, as it grows, different than others, especially within our region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Dominic Farina, then Lynn Wheat, then Trina Burt.
Good evening. My name is Dominic Farina, and I happen to be that mystery visiting council member from the city of Patterson that Mr. Yoakum spoke about. Since he burst my bubble of anonymity, I thought I'd come up and introduce myself and speak in support of this great project. He also said I was a celebrity. I'm going to have to inquire about that because I don't think I'm aware of his facts. Anyway, I am so impressed by the Sacramento Zoological Society and the city of Elk Grove for taking a leadership, stance in this project. This project is in definitely great hands with the consultant and Mr. Jacobs, and I have nothing better to say than the wonderful staff that I have interacted with each and every time that I visited. As a council member who has been on, serving my community for 16 years, I've been in all different types of meetings, from one-on-one meetings with citizens all the way to those impressive meetings by the League of California Cities where you're interacting with literally hundreds of elected officials. Each and every time that I've interacted with people, amenities that bring people together, I hear time and time again are zoos. Now I know they're few and far between, but they attract so much excitement, so much desire, and so much passion. And I think they bring together such a common element for so many people across, diverse backgrounds. And this is, I think, that project to really put Elk Grove on the map. Yes, it was said about Sacramento, and I've always taken the stance to be positive, but they had their time, and I think you need to pass the torch, and I think you'll be able to pass the torch very well. This project's in great hands. They certainly do a dazzling presentation. They know what they're doing. Now all we need is a vote of faith and confidence from you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Lynn Wheat, followed by Trina Burt and Tony Renteria.
Good evening. I do like zoos, and I know it's about the animals, but I want to offer another perspective, so I have something to read, because for me, being a resident of Elk Grove, it's about process. So once again, the city is going on a spending spree, buying up property. In the case of the zoo, the city contracted to buy the property before the public could even review the zoo feasibility report. And even then, it appeared that an extra 40 acres was purchased for who knows what. Then there was no prior public input. I read on this evening's special agenda that another 98 acres adjacent to the zoo site is being negotiated for purchase. So I asked myself, what would be the purpose of this property? And I came up with a theory that I'd like to indulge you with, since you are not sane. First, anyone with common sense knows that bond financing will ultimately be needed to fund construction of the zoo. And while I believe the city is technically being honest when it states that no city funds will be used, I do believe that the California Financing Authority will be used to issue the bond, just as it was being pursued by CNU. This brings me to try to figure out, why would the city purchase an additional 40 acres of the zoo site plus the newly revealed adjacent 98 acres? Could it be that to sweeten the pot for the potential zoo bond investors, that additional land is needed as collateral and future revenue sources need to be identified? And who better to offer free land than the deep-pocketed city of Elk Grove, who can ultimately offer up to 140 acres of free land to master retail developers like Pappas as an economic incentive? Since City Hall has already been used as collateral for the animal shelter bond, you certainly can't rely on just 60-acre parcel for sufficient collateral. But throw in an additional 140 acres under city control, and voila, you have a zoo. And since TOT is mentioned in the feasibility report as a possible revenue source, the city could even offer free land to a hotel developer and beat Welton Rancheria to the punch. In their agreement with Boyd, Welton Rancheria already stated that they intend to float an Indian bond to finance a hotel, and we all know that tribal lands are exempt from local and state taxes. One of these days, I hope the city commits to being more transparent so people like me don't have to fulfill my taxpayer curiosity with theories. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Trina Burt, followed by Tony Renteria.
See if I've been paying attention. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Trina Burt, and I just wanted to add my voice to this item. I'd be very happy to see that Elk Grove gets the zoo. The benefits to our city would be immeasurable. More jobs for the city and increased tax revenues, not losing our beloved Sacramento area zoo, just losing it. I love this zoo. I grew up going to this zoo. The best benefits I can think, aside from the ones that I mentioned, is more room for the animals. They need that most of all. So let's bring the zoo to Elk Grove. And to quote Judy Garland from the movie The Wizard of Oz, lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Let's absolutely bring the zoo to Elk Grove. Thank you very much.
Next up is Tony Renteria, and that will conclude the final live public comments. So if there's anybody else, now's the time to submit cards.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, who doesn't love a zoo? I'm a downtown Sacramento kid. I went to Sac High. William Land Park was where we stayed, and some of you know me, and you know I'm a handful. So my single mom would only have one good spot to really take me, was that area, to keep me busy on a Saturday and Sunday. And I spent so many days at the zoo. And as a new grandfather, getting ready to have a grandson on the way, and I would love to do that with my grandson. Everything that the zoo brings will be a benefit. It's just an amazing opportunity, and I would love to have my childhood memories fulfilled as a grandfather here in the city I now reside in. Thank you.
We will now switch it over to our Zoom platform and invite our attendees on Zoom. And for those participating, this is a time to raise your hand. Thank you.
And we do have a few folks that are queuing up, so we appreciate that in the Zoom environment. And our apologies if you heard some microphones scraping around. That was your city clerk wrestling with the podium as we had a little bit of technical difficulties earlier. So.
Squires Robin, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
And I think for our speaker in the Zoom environment, if it's Squires Robin or Robin Squires, depending on how the name was entered in the system, it looks like it's muted on your side. If you can unmute your device. But what it's displaying is your audio is turned off for Squires Robin or Robin Squires. What I may ask staff is maybe if we can bump up the next speaker and field them, and then we'll come back to see if we can get the other speaker activated.
Suhal, you may unmute and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I'm actually an Elk Grove resident and I'm also an animal lover and I used to volunteer at the shelter a lot. So I have really ever since I saw this on the news, I was very excited. I think it's a super amazing project. I really made a list of pros and cons when I heard the news for the first time. The only thing that I thought might be a problem for Elk Grove residents is because with the animal, the odor and just the fact that we're in a residential community. So would that be a problem to us? And that's something that I kind of thought about a little bit. But the other way that I kind of wanted to propose too is I realized that Elk Grove now allows livestock in the residential communities. So this includes chickens, and I believe they're moving into pygmy goats now too that are allowed. And I'm, by the way, from the Laguna West area. So I have a lot of neighbors that are keeping pet chickens, tons of them livestock in their backyard. So I figured that if we're already allowing that, then why not allow, wildlife? Because I feel like there's way more better positives. That was the only negative that I thought about. But like I said, livestock is allowed, so why not this? I also feel like it's going to open up doors to tourism. A lot of people will come to Elk Grove, like tourists, and it's going to make the city more attractive. And like you guys said, the parking fees, the admission fees, all of that will pay for the zoo cost itself. Gift stores and all those other things. So I don't feel like it's going to give us a tax hike, or residents don't really have to worry about the cost. It's also going to open up job opportunities. It's going to provide a great education place for little kids, because I feel like they have to drive all the way to Folsom to go to Sequest, just to have a nice experience learning about animals. It's going to make people more compassionate. And we also obviously don't have to drive too far. I know we used to have to go all the way by the Sac City area to visit the zoo. Now it's local. And annual passes, season passes, those can make our city some money as well. Like I said, it's going to attract tourism. And I think this is a way, way better use of land than the casino that they were about to build, for safety reasons and all of that. And I think jobs is number one. It's going to have a lot of people volunteering here, and it's going to build up a lot of doors for jobs and opportunities. And I feel like the biggest thing for me was attracting tourism to Elk Grove, because everybody, Elk Grove, what are we known for? This would be one of our top spots that people will visit from all over Sacramento. So I think this would be really great. And I really hope that this goes through, and I'll probably be the first one to buy an annual pass once it comes. And one last thing I wanted to say is the city of Davis, a lot of vet students and stuff were only 30 minutes away. So they're also going to enjoy coming out here. So people, UC Davis students will enjoy this too. And that's all. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We'll go on to our next caller.
And we're back into the realm with Squires Robin, or Robin Squires, and we'll see, we've got staff pulling them in, but we're still seeing the audio is not activated on the user's side. You want to check your microphone on your computer in order to connect. because we're not hearing you currently. And this may be an external connection issue that we're running into. Let me just ping staff if they have any kind of dialogue going, but they're going to hear exactly what we're going to hear. So. Yeah, we're not getting any kind of a response back.
Are there other callers?
No, and there are no other callers. If Robin Squires Robin is online and can hear me, send me an email at jlindgren@elkgrovecity.org, and we can see what's going on. But we might have to take your comment in other formats as written comments and things of that nature. I don't think we're making the connection tonight.
Okay,
Council.
very good. Then at this time, I'll go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and open it up for council comments, deliberations, directions, all that fun stuff. We'll start to the left with Councilmember Hume.
Sure, I'll lead off here. Unfortunately, I've been looking around. It looks like he left. Councilmember Farina, are you still in the audience out there? He did leave? Oh, I wanted to commend him on what an amazing act of dedicated public service it is to serve for 16 years on a city council. You know, District 4 can't claim that same level of dedication. District 2 can, just to point that out. No, that's not an applause line. I just wanted to give him, and I think Lynn Wheat also left, but I'm going to come back to the whole land purchase thing. But the 98 acres that was considered on closed session tonight was the property we're discussing. It's not an additional 98 acres. Judy Parker referenced Dr. Seuss, which stole my line here, because every time I listen to Jacob Jacobs, I get transported to a Dr. Seuss story. Like I'm sitting there listening to him, and he's telling me there's going to be flugelhorners and heckypeckies and monkey wranglers and cliffside danglers, and I just start going, I want to be Cindy Lou Who. But here's the reality: is this is a very, very exciting project to talk about, and it just I won't say it fell in our lap, but when discussions with the city of Sacramento seemed to have fallen apart, I think we were nimble enough to step up and say, look, we were going to work with you and try and figure it out and give you a home and see if it makes sense. And jumped into that agreement, and I know that all of the feedback that I've been receiving from folks is one of excitement, and one that they are really want to see this happen for all of the reasons that were listed relative to family-friendly activity, destination city, all of the different things that we've considered here. But as was mentioned relative to the city going ahead with the land purchase, I just want to speak about that relative to my own thought process, and that was that originally we were looking at allowing someone else to purchase the land and then buying from them the acreage, or agreeing to buy the acreage needed to potentially house the zoo. That deal didn't work out, and so we ended up buying the entirety of the property from the landowner at a significant per acre savings from what we were going to pay. And I think really got a good enough deal on the land that even if this deal does not work out, which we are going to make every good faith effort to shake loose and see if it can, but I think that the city has land that is going to have value above and beyond what it paid for it, and whether that's the full 100 acres or whether that's a residual 40 acres. So I feel good about the effort so far. Randy Becker, however, was talking about something that is really the genesis or the crux of what I want to talk about, and that is transparency in this process, transparency in the feasibility, transparency in the numbers that we're looking at. And so this is just a first blush look to say, yeah, this can happen if these stars align in this particular way. And I see Liz standing in the back of the room, and I just want to say as an aside, she is such a zoo nerd. Every zoo should have a champion like her in her corner. I mean, I need that in the best possible way. But so here's the thing: is we're looking at some assumptions relative to this that are pretty significant. I'm looking at the the development goals from the capital campaign. And, you know, when we're looking at $15 to $40 million of individual contributions, that's a significant philanthropic lift that is going to have to happen, you know, mostly within the Sacramento region. Certainly there's going to be regional and other donations. But, you know, that's just at the front end for construction. And then, you know, there's a $3 million a year parking revenue that's factored into that. I want to make sure that as we go forward with this, we are not creating a cottage industry of, you know, rideshare drivers that are going to allow people to park in the surrounding neighborhoods and be driven over to the, you know what I mean? There's just other factors that need to be taken into account, that we're not creating an impact that is a negative residual effect, you know, kind of that unintended consequence. But then the other thing is we need to be honest that when we're talking about the economic impact of this and what this would mean from an economic driver for the community, that this feasibility study factors a good amount of that money being recycled back to pay off the debt needed to construct the project. So it's, you know, in the beginning years, it really, all things are going to go in order to make this a self-fulfilling thing. So, you know, this is the first check-in of many that are going to have to happen before, you know, this thing gets consummated, if you will. But I feel comfortable at this level, at least pursuing and saying, look, one, let's keep talking only to each other, and so we'll extend the ENA, and two, let's start really hammering out the details of what an MOU and what an MOA might look like. And because what I don't want to have happen is that we get excited about the shiny new project that results in missed projections, and now all of a sudden the residents of Elk Grove are shouldered with the burden of providing a regional amenity on an ongoing basis. To me, that's not something that I can get behind in good faith. And I don't think anybody in here is anticipating that. So what I'm saying is we've really got to make sure that we're shaking the trees well enough to you know, flush out that this is a real venture. And I think it is, and I think it can be. But I look forward to the next steps, and I think I'm okay with where we are at this point.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Suen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to start off by piggybacking off Councilmember Hume's earlier comment about the land purchase. You know, the earlier decision in the city a while back purchased land on south of Grant Line Road is intended for sports, field soccer specifically at that time, and it in the future it wasn't utilized for that, and now it's housed to Kubota Tractor Company, so it's turning into a very robust industrial park area. All that's to say, the acquisition of this land may not necessarily result in a zoo, but it certainly enables us to continue the conversation. The conversation tonight, the decision tonight would be much harder if there wasn't any potential for a physical location. So I think, you know, the purchase of the land just extends that possibility. It's by no means a done deal. I want to ask a couple questions because I know, Jason, you mentioned this is not the entire list. I fully appreciate that, but just a burning question for me. Sacramento Zoo has a reptile facility. There's no talk about that, and from an Australian perspective, I love wombats, and that's not listed in there.
So, this is still on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't talk about reptiles as much as I should have. But throughout every phase, there's reptiles. For instance, you know, perhaps in the first phase, there would be Galapagos tortoises and American alligators like we have now. When we talk about freshwater journey in the vision plan, there's talks not reptiles, but amphibians like poison dart frogs. Certainly in the California section, a huge array of reptiles and amphibians native to the Golden State. So reptiles and amphibians all throughout. You know, right now there's not a self-sustaining population of wombat in the United States. This is more than you're going to want to know, but if we are going to get them, we're going to need to get them as official gifts from the government of Australia. But we have the connections to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
I think he knew that I'm terrified of snakes, and that might be why.
Well, it brings me to, many people talked about it as their kids going to the zoo. I mean, I too, growing up in the Sacramento area, grew up going to the zoo. But I also, for me, very fond memory, and any parent recognizes we have our own zoos, don't we, in our households when we're raising our kids. And bringing my monkeys, I'll call them, to the zoo. We had annual passes, was a weekly ritual for my kids, and very fond. We could go there and spend, just a half hour in seeing a few animals or the reptile house, and then leave. And so what a convenient and very enriching experience for a parent and their children. So I think the possibility of having something like that here, and something in a much robust fashion. As a kid, I do remember the hippopotamus going there, and it was one of my favorites as a child. So that was really neat, and to not have that, kids today to not be able to enjoy that experience is really a shame. I also want to mention and thank Michael Zaccardi for coming, because the relationship to the UC Davis veterinary program and just the campus itself, and we mentioned about the educational opportunities. It's tangent to another vision for, we are home to the 5th largest school district in the state, and yet we have a Los Rios campus extension. But when it comes to ties to other universities nearby, whether it's Sac State, UOP, or UC Davis, it's very limited. And I always wondered about that, and would love to see this be a foothold into higher education for our community. I think it'll add a great opportunity to inspire kids to pursue higher education, and specifically veterinary medicine. And then finally, I want to bring it back to Councilmember Hume's ending comments, and I have the same appreciation, Mr. Becker, as well. This is exciting. I can say I hope that we can make this happen, but these are big numbers, and I don't take that lightly at all. The order of magnitude is it's a very big band of estimation, and so I also look forward to refining those costs, the revenue projections. I'm also concerned about ongoing operational costs. It's hard enough for the capital costs, but it's always the ongoing maintenance that nobody ever wants to talk about, whether it be roads, school facilities, anything, and especially a zoo. And it's not just an inanimate object. You have animals that you're also taking care of. So that, that adds an additional complexity and concern for all of us, I think, because we started this by saying, let's do it for the animals. And so we want to make sure that we produce something, or something is possible to be viable, for them, and sustainable for our city. These, Mr. Jordan, mentioned or looked at the financing, and so there's a lot of things we would do. We have a lot of resources. Don't get me wrong. Let me add into that. This city has done a great job in being fiscally conservative, fiscally sound. Our pensions are 87% funded. We have reserves. We have economic opportunity. We're the lowest tax rate in this county. So we are doing a good job fiscally, and I just think when we've taken up to this point good calculated risks to provide economic opportunities and civic amenities for the city. And I know everybody up here feels the same way, that we're going to look at this with a keen eye, hopeful, but a very keen eye. And I also agree. I think it's worthy, or To me, it's acceptable to take that next step, refine those numbers, have these hard but good conversations about how we make a viable and sustainable project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Spies?
Yes, so in interest of the late hour and that I'm becoming even less eloquent than usual, I'll align myself with Councilmember Hume, but I want to state it just a little bit differently. This next stage, well, I mean, while this is a very exciting, interesting project, there's no doubt about that, and I look forward to that. I look forward to continuing that. I look forward to a potentially, fantastic outcome where we can, build a great zoo. What I would like to see, particularly critical for the next step, is validation that there is no ongoing subsidy required, and a clear, reasonable plan for the capital development. And again, I'm trying to keep that at a high level. But what I'm also asking for, that may be a bit further than others have mentioned, is I'm looking for us as we go forward to get an outside zoo consultant for the city to help validate those assumptions and to help validate those outcomes. Because in the end, it does, stripping away all of the magic. It is a business decision, and I want to make sure that we have a viable project moving forward for generations. And I certainly wouldn't want to saddle them with any ongoing subsidy. So it's exciting. I'm looking forward to to going into the next step. I think it's a good path to pursue. But I would hope that we can, find some assistance, since I shouldn't say none of us in the room. I should say none on staff are zoo experts, and so I would hope that we could do that.
I can respond to that really quickly. And to your point, we're going to continue to look at the numbers as we go, as the numbers are refined. But to your point about hiring an outside expert from the city to look at this, we've done that. I don't think it was mentioned in Christopher Jordan's presentation, but we hired Kevin Bell, who recently retired as the director of the Lincoln Zoo in the city of Chicago, to vet the numbers. He looked through everything, and he will continue to work with us throughout the process.
I just want to be sure that the outcome from the next phase is that we have a very, very crystal clear, validation of the assumptions and the conclusions, right? Because, like I said, I think we can have a great project. But what I don't want to do is to, saddle oncoming generations with ongoing subsidies. So, thanks.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Thank you. I will keep this brief because we're approaching the 11 o'clock hour. And I want to thank you for the presentation, the feasibility study. And I really like everything I heard as a mother of two small young children who really appreciate going to the zoo. And we visited the San Diego Zoo, and it was just too big for them to be able to walk the entire zoo. But knowing that we're going to possibly have one here in our own city and make history, as you say, is exciting. But I think making sure that the process is transparent, as many of my colleagues said here, is definitely something that we want to be able to put forward for our community to be able to see. I will also say that Ms. Stellar had mentioned earlier when she had spoken that there are a lot of unanswered questions, and there are lots of things that still need to be discussed. But this is just the first step so that we can continue to have these conversations and weed out some of those unanswered questions. And this gives us the opportunity to kind of talk through all this. And then I want to say that we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Mr. Darrell Doan for bringing this forward. I think we're talking about all the excitement and we're talking about the possibility, but that wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him bringing this to us and doing all the kind of beginning work of it and discussing maybe the possibility of that coming here to our city. And so I want to thank you for giving us that opportunity to have this discussion here. And I'll stop there. I support moving this forward and looking forward to the discussion and hearing that the community, the majority of our community, and the conversations on social media and the emails have all been positive. I have not seen anything negative yet. And I'm sure there will be some concerns, but for the most part, it's all been positive. So thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for not only our city, the zoo, the entire region, and yes, the animals. So while this is the first step, let's recognize it for what it is. It is an important first step. So I commend our staff, the Zoological Society, and all of you for coming forward. Somebody mentioned earlier, zoos offer hope. I couldn't agree more. I'm one of those that not only grew up going to zoos, but as an adult, I absolutely visit zoos everywhere. In fact, my recent birthday included a visit to the San Diego Zoo. So this is not just an amenity for children, but it's for adults like myself. And Liz, I found my partner here in crime who is a zoo enthusiast, a zoo geek, if you will. I am all about being a zoo geek as well. I absolutely love and enjoy going to the zoos. We had an amazing town hall. There was about 200 plus participants. It was available online, and I know a number of people have also reviewed the content there. Transparency is absolutely important, not only to me, but you heard with the council. And so a project of this scale, and we've learned from other projects, the importance of transparency and community engagement is so critical. And these are several steps along that process. Council meetings, town hall meetings, reviewing and sharing documentation, and being honest with all of those conversations, and of course our numbers. We want to make sure that we share all of that with our residents. Conservation, education, recreation, those three pillars, that's really why we're here. Of course, these are great opportunities for our city with jobs growth and added tourism. But let's not lose the fact that it's been 35 years since the brand new zoo has been constructed. So we are in historical times. This opportunity for our city is immeasurable. And I want to be very thoughtful in every step along the way. And of course, this is the step one. But you can't fulfill this long journey without taking that courageous first step. So I look forward to future steps. As a commissioner for a statewide tourism board, Visit California, we have a slogan. And the slogan is Dream Big. I love that so much that it's on the back of my car. Because when we dream big and we work together to find a path forward, and we do it with honest conversations, with particularly as it relates to financing, all dreams are possible when you dream big. So I am very optimistic. I'm grateful for this first step in time. And really, I've made great friends along the way, and I appreciate your passion, Jason, is infectious. Because I hate to say it, I'm now reciting facts to others that I meet about the okapi and knowing that it's from Congo and just any nugget of information. I'm retaining that and sharing that passion because you really have provided that foundation. And to you, Liz, I know what this step means for you. As the president, your hard work leading your board through very challenging conversations and being patient for years to get to this monumental, historical first step. There's going to take a lot of patience for all of us, but I know what this night means to you because we've had those conversations. And I wanted to thank you for allowing our city to be a part of this process. And hopefully, yes, it's step one, but hopefully, if all things go well, we will have an amazing zoo for all generations to enjoy for years and years to come. So dream big. The transparency has been addressed. So I'm very excited about this and very passionate. And I think you're seeing a lot of consensus here. It's from all of us. We're very excited about the prospect of bringing a zoo to the city of Elk Grove, a historical zoo after 35 years, a brand new zoo. What an amazing opportunity. And those habitats, those renderings. And I think along with my colleagues, I've received 99.9% positive comments. And even in the town hall, for those that asked questions, they were great questions, but almost every single one of them were positive. So I'm looking forward to this public-private partnership, because that's what it's going to take. It's a public-private partnership to see this dream realized. So thank you for this opportunity. So with that, I will look for a motion first for the resolution to extend the exclusive negotiating agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Everyone in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the next is providing direction for the city manager to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Sacramento Zoological Society. So you have the blessings from the council to move forward with that. That doesn't require a motion. So you've got consensus here that you've heard from our comments. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for braving this late hour. We still have another 1.5 items to go, but thank you all for braving this late hour. I know that it's not easy sticking around for council meetings. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all that stayed late and were part of this very important process. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm going to just transition to the next item, item 9.2.
And that's to consider establishing a 2-member ad hoc committee of the City Council to discuss strategies related to addressing homelessness.
We'll just give 1 minute so that we can minimize the noise level. I think and if we can have for those who would like to continue having conversations, we invite you to our lobby. Thank you so much. All right, you may proceed, Ms. Bontrager.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Sarah Bontrager, your Housing and Public Services Manager. I have a fairly simple item for you tonight, which is bringing back the item you asked to see at the February 23rd council meeting, which is the opportunity to consider establishing an ad hoc committee of the City Council to discuss homelessness and designating 2 members of the City Council to serve on that. As you all know, homelessness has continued to be a challenge in our region and locally for us. We do have some funding available to address it through the American Rescue Plan Act allocations. We have started that process. We rolled out our landlord incentive program. This week we processed our first check to house someone using that benefit. But there is a lot more work to be done. So topics we were thinking that the ad hoc committee might explore would be considering what to do with the remaining ARPA funding, hearing presentations on and indicating participation in regional efforts, including improvements to shelter access throughout the county, looking at potential sheltering sites and partnerships with the folks who might operate those sites, and then some strategies related to community outreach, policing, code enforcement, code amendments that we might make to address the situation. So the ad hoc committee could seek public input from community members and from stakeholders. We anticipate a role for Elk Grove Heart, for Sacramento Self-Help Housing, Sacramento Steps Forward, the police department, of course, and many other city divisions in helping us to frame our discussions for the ad hoc committee. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'll open up the public comment opportunity.
I just put it out there for our attendees in the Zoom audience. This would be the opportunity for public comment on item 9.2, and I'm putting that out there now as we don't have anybody signed up in the chamber. I think everybody mostly left with the zoo company. But But going over prior to the meeting, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were submitted in relation to item 9.2. But I'll switch my attention over to our Zoom attendee and we'll pull them into the environment.
Now, that hand was up earlier, so I'm not sure. If it's
Yeah,
for this
we'll see
item.
if they were just trying to provide additional comments as we were getting towards the end of item 9.1, but we'll see if they have comments on
All right.
9.2.
Very good.
Anam Suhal, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think my screen must still just stayed on. I didn't have any comments for this one. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And that'll conclude our public comments on item 9.2.
All right. As I recall, at the last meeting, I know that Councilmember Hume, you were interested in serving on this task force.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly simple item about a very complex issue. And so I did bring up, sort of the state of things. And I've since been doing a lot of research in the field and actually speaking with some folks, as well as looking at some of the greater constraints, particularly, with the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act and some of the things that decimated our mental health network. But the big thing for me about this, and I won't go on too long because I do support forming this committee and I'm happy to serve on it given the late hour. But the big thing that I'm finding as I talk with people and as I explore this issue is, and I even heard it referenced at a breakfast symposium the other morning, compassion fatigue, where being nice is starting to get old because the help is going unappreciated. A, and B, the other thing that's a reality is we need to provide a safer environment for the general public as well as for folks living in these encampments. I spoke to one woman and she said that every woman out here has either has or will be a victim of sexual battery, rape, and or human trafficking. I mean, there are real criminal transgressions happening and we're turning a blind eye to it and we're holding ourselves at one standard and the unhoused community at a standard of lawlessness that is not acceptable. And so the police absolutely need to be at the table. We need to hear from our partners in the nonprofit sector as well. Housing is a big component of it, but as I've said before and I'll say again, a bed for every head does not make a dent in getting people onto a better trajectory. And in some cases, it could actually be the worst thing to happen to them because it accelerates a downward slope. So happy to explore it, and I know it's a big issue, but I really want to take some meaningful, still compassionate, but meaningful and impactful measures in what we can do locally.
Vice Mayor Sen?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As you were talking, Councilmember Hume, we, Sarah, maybe you can help remind me. Was it last year that we did a workshop on homelessness here in the chambers? It was a couple years ago. Sorry,
I think it was like December of 2020.
2020, yeah. So where I'm going with this is, as opposed to an ad hoc, would it be beneficial for us to do another series of workshops where we can bring people in and have conversations about the issue collectively?
Would that be part of that?
Yeah, I actually like that idea. I know at the last meeting, Councilmember Hume and the Vice Mayor said they would serve on an ad hoc committee. And being in the social service world, but also serving on the Regional Homeless Council, I've been a part of many meetings and chatting with folks all across the region what's going on and how can we all come together. I was going to update the council members on it, but then I would be violating the Brown Act because it would be 3 of us, right, talking about this. And so I'd like to see if we can all be engaged because this affects all of us in the entire city, and possibly maybe we just funded 6 organizations that said that they were going to be providing services to the homeless, the unhoused community. And I think it would be beneficial for all of us to play a part in being a part of this discussion and hearing about it, rather than having an ad hoc committee and hearing about it and then coming back and presenting back. I think it would be beneficial for all of us if we could do that. I'm happy to do an ad hoc committee as well, and I'd love to serve on that with you, Councilmember Hume, but I would advocate for a workshop with all of us and bringing everybody in here to give us the opportunity to hear about the different programs, resources that are available, and maybe we can discuss it all together as a whole.
So help me understand. So in terms of having an ad hoc committee versus this workshop, if I'm not mistaken, I thought the original, maybe one of the goals was to have the ad hoc and do the interfacing with the more than one meeting, working with the different staff and different nonprofits, identifying, you know, the findings and possible recommendations for the council, as opposed to, I mean, I'm not even sure how, I don't, you know, would this be at a council meeting, a special meeting? I still would prefer going the ad hoc route, and maybe it should be you who would be the other person serving, Councilwoman Nguyen versus maybe the vice mayor, since you do have those additional resources, so that we could follow at least somewhat what guidance the staff has provided, rather than do workshops. And I feel like from the community standpoint, they're looking for action. They're looking for some tangible results that we can, as a city, support. And some of the best work happens in small groups. When you have large groups, you get a lot of, you know, it just sort of takes on a different life and may not get the results that we're looking for. So I personally would support keeping the recommendation of an ad hoc committee, and maybe ask the vice mayor to reconsider his engagement, and maybe, because then you don't get into the Brown Act issues. So I don't know if that's something that you're,
Yeah, no,
if you,
I want what's best for the city. However, we can come up with some solutions, and Councilmember Nguyen seems to have some other practical experience as well. So I'm certainly not opposed to that.
so that it's less formal, and this way, you know, the two council members can work together with staff and come up with different strategies, and then have your respective meetings, and then just provide updates. And then if there's sort of final, you know, these findings of action items, it'll just flow a lot easier than just having a series of workshops. And our community, and I know we're all hearing it, they're looking for results. What I will remind everyone is we do have the lowest homeless rate in the entire county. While it has increased, it's nowhere near what other cities are experiencing, but that's not to say that we need to abdicate our responsibility. We can and should be doing more. And if,
Yeah, I think
without objection, I would recommend and nominate both of you serving on an ad hoc.
And I would say, you're right, we have the lowest amount of unhoused, but I give credit to our police department, our city staff, because we are on top of that. We're not letting it build up, and then we address it, right?
Right.
We've done, Ms. Bontrager has came up with some wonderful programs that has gained national recognition, right, about what we're doing with our unhoused population. And so I think the idea that, you know, there's a reason why our city here has been really good at responding to this. And so I'm fine with that, doing an ad hoc committee if.
With the two of you?
Yep, with Councilmember Hume and I, unless Councilmember
Is that all
Steves
right
wants to.
with
hear about
Councilmember?
it too.
No,
That way, there's no Brown Act issues, and you're, you know, you bring in your resources, and, you know, this journey really started when you and I talked. Said, you know, maybe it should be a task force, right? You know, we can sit here and opine on what we can and should be doing, but let's look at what's out there and come up with something that we can take back to our community.
That works for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not married to the vehicle per se, just the fact that
The work.
status quo is no longer an option.
Yeah.
And to continue spending money on programs that aren't really addressing the issue is no longer an option. Right.
And I'm, you know, on board with particularly the membership of the ad hoc committee as such. I do have a quick question, maybe somebody can answer it, is when will we get the results back of the census, the unhoused?
Point in time,
The point in time?
Yeah, the
Right.
point in time count usually takes a few months to prepare. At this point, we're expecting it to be publicly released in June.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, well, thank you for both for serving. I know that we all serve on so many committees, and it's one more. So thank you for working together on an important issue. So next is our council comments, reports, future agenda items. Anybody want to report anything?
I wait my time.
All right.
I have two quick things.
Oh,
One, I just would like to thank, and Shane Diller is not here, but I'd like to thank staff for the fact that the house out on Grant Line Road, just west or south of Pleasant Grove School Road, finally seems to be cleaned up. It was a major nuisance, and I know there were landlord-tenant issues,
Yes.
and it's been handled, so I appreciate everybody's work in that. And the second thing is, one of the attendees tonight, I don't know if they had a flag that they need to dispose of, but they asked whether or not we have an opportunity for a drop-off for retiring a U.S. flag. I know that the Boy Scouts provide that service, but if we had an opportunity wherein they could deposit that here at City Hall and we would make sure that it's taken care of properly, I'd appreciate that.
We have one.
We do have one?
At District 56, outside the Veterans Hall.
perfect.
Awesome.
And on May 7th, the American Legion will be doing the proper destruction of such, so.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other reports from colleagues? Waiving full reports here. Thank you, everyone, and welcome Chief Davis. Save that last little perk, 'cause thank you, everyone. We'll adjourn this meeting at 11:08 p.m.